Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Overwatch 2 here at NECC. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and as always, joined on the mic by Soav Danam. How are you doing today?
Juggle, it's a beautiful day for Overwatch. It's a beautiful day to be here with you and to kick it off with a great game that this has a lot of question marks into it in week 6. This is going to be great. I don't have words for it. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, we have got Limestone Esports taking on University of Rio Grande today, and Limestone Esports sitting right now at a 6-0 record. So they are, I think, going to be very much the favored team here today in this matchup. But there's a lot to talk about this too, as well, with University of Rio Grande, right? I know you are somewhat familiar with one of the players from last year, I believe.
Yeah, last year. So for anyone who managed to catch the charity event that we did last year, I had the pleasure of playing with a couple of the Rio Grande guys, and notably Ghoul, who was just an insane hit for the division he's playing in. So I'm really keeping an eye on them. They just, when they're enabled for their team, they just have the ability to create so much havoc and set up so many plays for success. So I'm really curious to see how the rest of that team plays. In addition to Anonymous, very good. Both of those players a little bit more flexy, but I'm very curious to see where they put those two players in their lineups, because just from personal experience of playing with them and from seeing them, this 3-2 record tells me that there are a lot of tough teams. So Limestone has looked pretty dominant. They've only dropped one game. They've dropped a singular game, Juggle, throughout this entire run. So I'm really pulling for the underdogs in this count.
Yeah, and they're going to have a little extra help with them, too, because they've got a new addition to the team from last semester, and that is Nolan, who has been doing a lot on support. It's been, I think, a big part of a lot of success that University of Rio Grande has seen this spring split. So certainly, eyes, I think, are going to be on him today. But let's talk a little bit about like the stylistic differences between these two squads, right?
Yeah.
Because Limestone Esports, they still actually really enjoy running some of these Orisa-based compositions, which is interesting, kind of given where the meta has gone and kind of how the meta has evolved. So I think in a lot of ways that's a question mark to me. But considering their record 6-0 right now, I think there's going to be a pretty reasonable answer to that question mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is emergence, so we're in a little bit of the lower ends. This is approximately plat diamond area. So when you look at these teams and what really works, a lot of these things that end up being the standout moments are the comfort picks, right? If you're comfortable and your team understands how to run these Orisa comps, they work. And especially in a format where Reinhardt is really strong and Brawl comps can be very, very strong, you're just kind of making small swaps. So if Orisa is the tank of choice, it's just kind of an easy swap that can really work for your playstyle preferences. So, I mean, it makes sense. Limestone, they have a really tanky comp. They love the death ball. I see no reason for them not to be at a top.
And they're going to be running up against a different style of Brawl coming out from University of Rio Grande today, most likely. Much more a classic kind of Brawl that we're going to see coming out from them. But in addition, Limestone does feel good about their dive compositions as well. That's something that they certainly like playing in. The particular flavor they like is the more D.Va and Winston-based Brawl. So with that D.Va, of course, that's going to be a much more defensive situation if you really need to make sure your backline is getting covered, right? Maybe if someone like Ghoul is diving them from Rio Grande, that's when you're probably going to see the D.Va come out. Otherwise, I think out of the standard, the MO for most part is going to be the Winston.
Yeah, the thing about the Winston is that it requires so much teamwork, which does speak to, I think, Limestone's quality of play, right? A 6-0 team that's dropped one game, if you feel comfortable to play the Winston dive, and Winston can be fragile if unsupported, tells me that they really do play well. It tells me that their team knows exactly how to calm, they know exactly who to look out for, and they know where to go here. So as we grab maps, looks like it will be everybody's favorite, Lijiang Tower, to kick us off. And I mean, I'm not too shocked, but the thing that does shock me here is that the comps you do want to run on the majority of these do tend to be Brawl comps. So I don't know that we'll see a ton of those dive comps out of Limestone Esports. And I do think we'll have to look at the question mark of what happens when you put the Rhine versus the Orisa out there. That is still kind of a tough matchup, depending on the supports and things that are put with it. The double spam comp showing is interesting. I don't think that'll stay there. The Junkrat will likely stay. Rio Grande just sticking with a more classical Brawl comp that's pretty bog standard. I see nothing really change that. Kind of opting out away from the Junkrat that's become more standard shows me that Ghoul is feeling their aim today, so that tells me they are really feeling their ability to pick that up and really carry on that. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're gonna take a moment. But the other side, they're showing Kiriko Ana with that Orisa. That's a very sturdy comp, right? That's a lot of burst healing and a lot of burst damage coming out of it. So there's really going to be a big push against this death ball as we get into play. And they're still trying to figure out how do we want to burst that down. You saw the Genji hover. You saw a couple of those bigger answers. And between the Junkrat, that tells me that they're playing for individual picks and just to really punish this death ball for playing together.
I think that's absolutely right. And having the Genji too, it puts you in a situation where if you decide at some point you need to swap to something a little more dive, then you're not left completely with nothing, right? The Genji can go in either compositions, and that's actually another point that I neglected to mention earlier and wanted to talk about is University of Rio Grande also has a new dive style that they're really excited about, and I think are looking to get a chance to play tonight as well. So I think this could be a little bit of a sneak peek into some of that. So, even though we are on a more Brawl map and this is going to be played in a little more Brawl style, I think watching the Genji, if that stays, is going to tell us a lot about the proficiency of the dive coming out from Rio Grande.
Yeah, I think that given what they are eyeing and what they might be considering, that would be, I believe that was actually on the side of...
that was the side of Limestone, actually, wasn't it?
That was the side of Limestone.
That was the side of Limestone, so yeah.
But that tells me that Limestone is feeling really comfortable. Genji's not a simple hero, as we all know. He's one of the higher skill heroes, and especially paired with that, having a Nano Blade as a win condition is a pretty standard understanding of it, and it's very easy to get past and really pick down a lot of those targets. Genji, just with that flanking power, just to be able to get shurikens into the backline is huge. So when it comes to Limestone, I'm very curious because that may be kind of a half pick just to wait until they see. Rio Grande did pretty much settle on what is standard, and given their decision, I don't know what adaptions will come out of Limestone should they see this Deathball comp, because they obviously have been scrimming it, if I have to guess. 6-0, you've probably seen pretty much everything.
Yeah, that's true. You really probably have at this point. So certainly they're going to be, I think, prepared today for anything Rio Grande can throw at them.
Yeah.
And starting off on Lijiang Tower too. I mean, we've said a lot about this map before, but it should give us an idea of what some of these different compositions are going to be looking like. And if the teams tend to stick to one composition, I think that tells us a lot too, right? They're going to kind of want to stick to their guns, because Dive can definitely be played on one of the two sub-maps that we're going to be headed to next, either Gardens or Night Market. So I think just the choices that are going to be made are going to tell us a lot as well about how these teams are going to approach the next map after Lijiang.
I mean, even staring at what we saw from the screen, Rio Grande was locked into that death ball. That tells me that they don't want to play anything else. They're not even going to hesitate. They don't even want to joke about it. They really want to play that comp, and they want to win. That tells me that they are set to go on it. They feel confident on it, and that level of confidence does a lot in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes just feeling that you are confident and feeling you're prepared for a match, feeling you have this is your comfort pick and you're ready to go, does so much in regards to a match on its own. Let's just talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Right, coming in and knowing kind of exactly what you want, I think speaks to the fact that they're probably very practiced, right? And this is Lijiang Tower, right? Everybody knows we're going there 90% of the time, right? Yeah. So I think that that speaks to this is what we're gonna do, right? And we're gonna come out guns blazing and with a plan, right? That's the other thing too. Yeah. I think when you see kind of a quick lock in like that, this team knows what they want to be doing. Each individual member, I think that's a very good idea of how this is going.
I will say that it is a little interesting that they're opting for the Cassidy over the Junkrat, especially on control. On that control center, like Junkrat is just kind of picked up a lot of steam on that particular submap, mostly for the angles you can just kind of get bounces off of, for the free spam, for the distance you can kind of clear across the map without really having to put yourself in danger. So going into this, we are changing submaps, and that's fine. That's fine because Rio Grande will run their death ball, and they are in position already, and that is a great position to be in.
Donna Mouse has gone over to the Symmetra, so that's no surprise there that they were able to get to the point first. And Ghoul already proving why they're a name that we mentioned at the top of this broadcast. The first 3 picks coming in from them.
Yeah, I mean that was clean up. They won simply on just getting there a little bit faster. This very spam heavy comp though out of Limestone tells me that they are prepared for these deathball comps. Every single member of this tells me they are ready to deal with that. And I mean, with LSM already 50% to barrage, it's really on Ghoul to kind of keep them in check going into this next fight, because he's already at a Deadeye along with Nolan, and I mean, they are just leading the way here.
This is a tremendous start for them. I mean, being able to take out Kriganator early on is big, but there's been a couple of other picks that have come in. Limestone Esports seems to have picked apart the back, everybody around Zappy. So Zappy caught in a very rough position right now, gonna try and just charge themselves up point, but the Riptire was there to finish him off, and honestly, I think that's gonna be a good thing for Rio Grande.
Yeah, I mean, they'll buy themselves a little bit more time and reset. Honestly, that's fine. You kind of made the smart decision. You didn't commit too much into it, and that's probably for them. Given all those things, it's going to be a tough retake, though. Limestone does have this aerial crossfire setup, so they're going to have to play into it.
Ooh, and that didn't work out for them. The kind of this explosive damage coming out from Limestone, definitely too much for Zappy to handle and the rest of the squad, and the barrage was just perfectly executed.
Yeah, and good recognition to get out of the way. It was kind of be a one fight on that. Oh, the late pick. I mean, 3 ults up for Rio Grande tells me that they should just be able to eventually win this. The wall being clearly important to shut off the Pharah. I think between good positioning and that wall, they should be fine to hold this out and take it, but they can't afford to dilly-dally.
No, they can. They need to make their way quickly to the point, because they're going to get just spammed out, right? this shield of Zappies is not going to last terribly long. So we are going to see TP coming through, but only a couple of members. Looks like maybe either a little miscommunication or a feint, right? Trying to take them by surprise, but in the end, it did not play out that way. Limestone Esports was ready for it and able to just take care of everything again around Zappy. They've done a great job, I think, of, target focus has been very, very good here from Limestone.
Sorry, that gave me a flashback to a very, very old Open Division UK team that used similar tricks a lot of the way, but unfortunately fell apart. Anonymous and giving it up, going just for more raw firepower. They have to. There's just too much bulk there, and now there's two bulky ultimates from the supports coming into way. They should just be able to sustain this for Limestone to hold this out, and it's going to be last fight, so as long as it goes longer, it should work in Limestone's favor.
Yeah, Lucio going to have to use this as a sound barrier to help them get through this front area, so they don't take too much damage. But once again, the barrage coming in from LSM this time takes out 3. Coalescence there as well from Beetle. That's going to secure the point for Limestone Esports. And I think one thing we have to talk about is the fact that once Limestone Esports had that point, they did not let go.
It was, once they got it, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you were never pushing that Orisa off, mostly because LSM was just on the crossfire. There was no real check, unfortunately, for LSM between Ghoul, between Nolan, between the couple of targets that could have and should have kept them in check, but that should be something they're now aware of, considering how those ultimates kind of punished them that hard. Limestone gonna keep basically the same thing. I see no reason not to. This is the better Pharah map to me, so I think they have no reason to change anything. Limestone again just going to Ruts. They will match the Orisa though. I'm not sold that that's the answer, but I really do want to see Zappy prove me wrong. I do think that there needs to be something a little bit else to help deal with this Pharah, and Anonymous is going to pick up the Tracer to compensate for that Symmetra loss.
Also, just continuing to pepper away at Rio Grande. Ghoul taking a nice angle here. A big push in as well from Zappy, recognizing the timing was right. And that's going to be a pretty fast fight win for Rio Grande once again.
Hey, I wanted Nolan and Ghoul to show up, and they did. They showed up to take care. They showed up to take care of those flyers. So that's exactly what I was looking for. Perfect for them. Nolan leading the way with ultimates does tell me that they should be a little bit ahead. They should have that going to this fight here. I'm watching Susanoo, though, because Susanoo does have that tire on the way. They just need to escape that to keep this pressure up.
Yeah, the immortality field from Nolan is going to have to be on point. It's a nice flank.
Oh, great shot.
From Anonymous. Able to take down.
Cool.
Yeah. Susanoo really low, but it's not going to be able to pick them off. And in the meantime, yeah, the rest of Rio Grande just takes care of Limestone.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was expecting to keep an eye on from them, was just if Ghoul is enabled to see LSM, and now that there's open sightlines for them to really contest from and just not be bothered by a front line, they're nailing these shots. They're looking like a dominant force going into this.
Ooh, Deadeye through the...
Oh, wow!
barrier, gets boofed by LSM. Throws them into the team and just takes care of business. Rio Grande just doing a phenomenal job so far here on Gardens.
That was an unfortunate play. It was the right play. It just booped everybody into sightlines, unfortunately. So the value to be had there, coming around the corner, there's not much for University of Rio Grande to hold on to. They need to cancel out LSM's barrage, and considering how well they've kept him in check, this needs to continue to happen if they're going to maintain the point here. That has been their sole target, causing them the most pain, and if they can keep it in check, they win.
And here comes the Rip Tower. It's going to immediately take out both DPS. LSM starting to finish off the rest. Susanoo drops in. Help clear out point a little bit quicker. But that's going to be 90% at least on the board here for Rio Grande. And that's one fight territory. They win one more of these. They take it. But Limestone, right, they held on last time.
They did hold on, and all it took was one fight win to swing it their way. Now with ultimates on their side, they'll have the other 4 on board. They should continue to hold just from the raw economy alone. They have both support ultimates up if they need them. It just becomes not getting caught out by this Deathball comp and the Tracer flank on their side. So just finding the right target.
Ooh.
That's a good target to start off with.
Yeah, that's going to be an instant fight reset. Anonymous tries to get something going in the backline. Looks for a pulse bomb, but it's going to be a whiff, and they're taken out by a trap.
I mean, that's unfortunately just kind of the way, you're not expecting to get a ton of value out of Pulse Bomb, so nothing really changed. Call Me Massey does have Sound Barrier now, but it's not going to last long enough past everything here, Juggle. Limestone just has an abundance of ultimates to win this fight, and Rio Grande is taking a little bit too long to approach. They need to push this issue now. They're just giving away free ticks here.
Yeah, they are, and they're allowing Limestone to kind of get away with holding onto these ultimates. Zappy comes in with a Terror Surge, doesn't pull anyone out. Now we see all 4 ultimates from Limestone committed to this. Call Me Massey going to go ahead and use the Sound Barrier as well. Nolan trying to get something going with this window too. He's got to help charge Ghoul's ult, but in the meantime, this fight continues to go the way of Limestone. So again, Rio Grande, they just need to win one, but it's proving very difficult.
It is, but the advantage now is that they've pulled out most of the ultimates. I mean, Ghoul does have that high noon. It needs to be as explosive as that previous one did, just simply because that's their only tool available. They have nothing. There's nothing to stop it, short of Susanoo's Tire coming out. They have to do it now, and Ghoul needs to be set up for success. That's their key here.
Anonymous is going to have to touch as well. You can see Ghoul coming over the flank right here, but everybody's getting in the way. Deadeye comes out once again, not going to work this time, and Ghoul is pushed off the mat. An aggressive Griganator. Now getting pushed back though. Very little damage. Here comes the Riptire. It's gonna catch one. So does the Pulse Bomb though. One player down. Nolan and Anonymous getting a little bit of work done, but they're gonna have to get a lot done in order to keep this point, and that is exactly what they're doing. But they're gonna have to make sure they touch. They've gotta get rid of LSM, who is holding on tight. Takes the both out. Limestone with the win on Lijiang Tower.
Again, they got control, and they were just never pushed off. There was a little bit of hesitancy, and the other part of the equation is LSM put in so much work on that. This is going to be the 3K from Ghoul. That great moment though. Like that's a good funny. Check that in the funny moments clip next time, hopefully. But I mean, the bigger issue here was that LSM was really just never kept in check. To me, the bigger problem was that LSM, for the most part, once Rio Grande wasn't in control of the point, he was never kept in check. There was just no real answer, and anytime there was an answer trying to be had, it was just constantly checked. Like, we saw that last high noon get canceled and taken off the ledge, and that was calculated. They knew that was coming. They were counting and watching for it. That Limestone absolutely knows and understands what's happening within these games, and they are playing that to their advantage. And they are understanding, look, this is our win condition. We just need to keep LSM flying high in the sky uncontested, and they are continuing to do that. So as long as they keep that up, they'll continue to keep this run going strong into the playoffs.
Yeah, they certainly will. And I want to echo what you said about the Pharah as well, and bring up another point in that there's there's kind of two ways you can deal with the Pharah, right? Either you deal with everyone else and then take care of the Pharah, right? Or you get rid of the Pharah first and then deal with the rest of the rest of the team. And I think this was definitely a case where the focus needed to be on the Pharah, like you said.
Yeah.
And Ghoul was there, yes. Nolan was there. Would have liked to have maybe seen a different choice than the Tracer, I think, to try and deal with a Pharah.
Yeah.
From Anonymous, but still you can get a little bit done. Regardless, though, like you said, I don't think the focus was there on the Pharah, and that really was what won the game. I mean, we saw how many just huge barrages LSM was able to get on Night Market. And then moving into Gardens, even though we didn't see maybe necessarily those big, 2K, 3K barrages coming in, at key moments, LSM delivered. Most notably there at the very end where Anonymous and LSM almost pulled it back.
Yeah, even more importantly than those ultimates, the positions that LSM was really sitting in just forced Rio Grande to really question how are we approaching, be it from that wide angle outside the point in the sky, just firing down, just cutting off their pathing, or even just on the point at the end there, just saying like, look, you can approach, but are you really going to approach me? I've had so many direct rockets that you can't trust this right now. You can't just walk into me. I do actually kind of agree with you, though. I got to shout out Nolan too, who we were looking at them as a freshman coming in, and they had so much just work put on that Baptiste to help with that too. And it looks like we've got our next map.
Yeah, it is going to be Paraíso. So get a chance to take a look at one of the newer maps. We don't go to King's Row. It's gonna be a much more bright and vibrant map, right? Like honestly, in a lot of ways, at least aesthetically, kind of the opposite.
Yeah, really. I agree with you. It'll be nice. The only concern I have here is that with this being Rio Grande's pick, I mean, this is still a very open map, especially on the Streets phase. I would expect to see the Pharah return immediately. Like this to me doesn't force anything out of Limestone that would give you an advantage. So I'm very curious to see what the plan is here. This is a bit more of a vertical map, so I'm really keeping an eye on Rio Grande to account for that and really do anything with that. Also, with subs coming in for Rio Grande, Theory will come in for Massey, and Mad Puppy coming in for Zappy, so that's a tank swap and a support swap. So that tells me they are preparing something different here. That tells me they're bringing in something different, and there is your new lineup right there. Yeah, that tells me that there is something going on with that. They're bringing in another freshman, and I believe if I had to guess, they probably might even be shifting the teams around more a little bit. Maybe some of those flex players in Ghoul and Anonymous will see different roles also. So that tells me they want to play something different, and they are accounting for the verticality of this map. And I'm curious to see what they bring here, Juggle, because their brawl comp didn't look bad. It just looked a little unfocused and needed a little bit more perfection in the callouts, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think my mind is going in the same way, and this makes me think that they're when you see a big swap like this, especially with a map with a lot of high ground like Paraíso, which I think has echoes of Dorado as well, my mind is definitely starting to think dive, right?
It has to.
So some kind of Winston-based composition likely coming out. Maybe a ball. It'll, time will tell certainly, but it definitely, I think this is saying we need a kind of a different approach, and so maybe that's what these two new swap ins are going to provide.
Yeah, I have to assume you don't make changes like that really without it. So we'll see. Again, my question for Limestone though is, I mean, do you feel you need to change anything? Your plan worked very, very well, with the caveat being you never really won first fights. You kind of had to wait until you built up ultimates and won by just kind of enabling your carry, which is nothing wrong with, but that does make me wonder what's going to happen as we go to capture point segments and points where it is important to win on fight one or once you get control, because this is, now that the point is moving or you have to control particular spaces, it does put a lot more pressure on LSM and Susanoo to really find different angles. And yeah, they have no reason to change. Susanoo will pick up the soldier as well, just to get some more raw damage. I mean, it is very good. Ghoul also opting in for the soldier, and this more fragile Baptiste Zen back to line. I do like this. This is a high damage comp that I do think is the correct call. The Torbjorn also going to put a lot of pressure on LSM. I like these adaptions, and I like the Sigma pickup. I think these are the right calls out of Rio Grande. The question is now, are they going to be able to put all these pieces to work against Limestone Esports and the changes they've made?
Rio Grande also opting to just kind of fall back and kind of work with this kill box that they find on point. So Anonymous already with a pick on the Beetle. That's going to certainly make things a lot easier for Rio Grande, and it'll likely just signal a quick reset here from Limestone. Or at least just take this space and wait.
Yeah, they'll continue to poke it out, though. They're just going to continue to build for LSM to try to find something. Griganator is going to take the space just a little bit more and try to buy some angles, but they're just going to play this out and try to build their ults. But Nolan has been leading the charge pretty consistently here, and considering how protected they are in these backlines, there's not a lot of great angles for LSM to poke at, and this is just smart play out of Rio Grande. They just need to continue to not make any errors for LSM to capitalize on.
Oh, Griganator tries to force the issue with the brawl and is punished for it. The support wasn't there to keep them alive, and everybody just turned their head towards Griganator. So that's just going to be another quick reset.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Orisa here. I understand that's probably a comfort pick, but this comp really almost wants a ball, right? This really does. Finally, LSM just going to try to build the rest of this ult, but is getting checked by that turret. So again, this is going to be a long way around. They need to, Limestone will have to play the angles in the map geometry here for these ultimate successes.
Going to be a window to try and slow things down, but in the meantime, LSM has found a pick on one of the DPS. Gonna pop the tack visor along with his window, but everybody's still just kind of around corners. It's going to be Susanoo, though, starting with one of their own, and this one's going to find more success as LSM also picks up the other player in the backline, so point will flip over for Limestone, but again, it took them a couple fights, 2 minutes already off the clock.
But a lot of that fighting was them vying for positioning, right? LSM tried to find the angle where the Torbjorn turret wasn't. Really couldn't find an opening to get that space and find that pick until they really realized, look, we've got them cornered. You can see how pushed up Rio Grande were by the time the ultimates came out. They were just in that corner, and now that they have the space, they'll take this. They'll have these open skies. LSM has ult. There's 3 up. I mean, both support ultimates plus this barrage just means that LSM should be covered to find value on these picks.
And with Ghoul going down, that's one of the biggest threats there for LSM. So LSM's going to have a much freer barrage coming up if they want it. They're just going to have to deal with the turret, which is right in the front there, going to be taken out quickly. LSM barrage likely coming here relatively soon, but again, they're going to have to deal with the Transcendence coming out from Theory. Gravitic Flux comes in. Ghoul once again taken out. Mad Puppy looking to see if they can find someone, but it's going to be a whiff. Susanoo, the rest of the DPS of Limestone continuing to make progress and push forward, and Rio Grande is doing the right thing. They need to back up with a poke comp like this, but in addition to that, they need to win the fights, and that just isn't happening right now. So Street's phase is going to be over in the blink of an eye.
I mean, it's been one pretty drawn-out fight here, and it's been ultimates just kind of thrown at it, but the real winners have been Limestone. They've just been slowly poking, not really committing anything. They're going into this next phase 3 here with all 5 ultimates on board. They just win because they are slow poking and just capitalizing and playing for the moments and the mistakes that are there. They'll take this space forward, and I mean, this could be one fight if they push and keep this space and just kind of get it. I really want Rio Grande to use these ultimates to sustain and take the fight a little bit sooner because they have such a ultimate bank to push through, and Limestone just can roll through this if they use these correctly with timing.
That's going to be a big pickup onto Tokyo, though. So one support down. Everybody from Limestone Esports just kind of kites away from the amplification matrix, so minimal damage done to Limestone, and now they're back with 5 ultimates once again.
Yeah. Again, just slow poking this. This is their MO. They just slow play this until they find an opening and capitalize it.
Ooh, LSM tries to go in for the barrage. Gonna be cut short, though. Mouse, who has swapped over to the Ash, able to find a bit of success there.
It took a little bit of success, but they also aren't overly committing. Again, Limestone is very patient with their ultimates and their play, so they see the one loss, they'll poke and wait for a pressure to come in and capitalize on it here. I expect this to turn back quickly.
Well, definitely going to need to stay alive with this Deadeye, because it can certainly be used well to his zone, but I think more important is the Nanabaus. Nanabaus needs to get this Bob up and running pretty soon. Freakinator goes in. Going to use the Terra Surge. Also know in the meantime, falling. Stick comes in as well from Ghoul. And University of Rio Grande is actually putting up a great stall here. Mad Puppy does eventually go down. But in the meantime, Ghoul's able to strike back. Rez comes in, so now Limestone has got to flip the tables. A little bit of an advantage here for them. In theory, caught out far too far ahead. Going to be annihilated almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, again, this kind of play slowly caught up to a little under 3 minutes on the clock. Tells me that Limestone really did, manage to find it. But I mean, they'll adapt. They'll make the changes here. Rio Grande just has a bit more of a bank built up now, so it's swinging the other way. Limestone has to continue this patient play if they want to weather these ults.
Bob's going to be committed. A great position, too, kind of looking at the point and down this long hallway, so it's going to force the Limestone back just a bit. Trade comes in, though. LSM does find one. They're getting very close to that for Raj, but in the meantime, Deadeye could come online. LSM falls to Nolan once again, who's continuing to find a lot of success here for Rio Grande.
Yeah, honestly, has been a standout player. Just keeping, doing their secondary job of helping keep the Fara in check has been huge. But wow, that's a bit of a big cleanup there. So a minute and a half left tells me they're feeling pretty good here. This is a good turnaround from Rio Grande. They do have a couple of aggressive ults. They need to, again, just find a good pairing out of this Amp Matrix plus High Noon. There's just too much for Limestone to come through. Even with this Winston change, it's just so many ultimates to try to push through. They need to play aggressively to push Limestone and catch him off foot.
Yeah, they're not necessarily pushing too aggressively at the moment, more so holding their ground, but that is going to allow Limestone Esports an opportunity to jump in.
Barrage.
Here comes a barrage in the back line, takes out both supports. 50 seconds left to go. The Amatrix is there, but nobody there to use it. Mad Puppy has backed off. Gonna be a sprint here to the point to try and contest it from Rio Grande, but crucially for them, they have put this under a minute. The fade onto point comes in for Nolan, but the Deadeye from Gold, not quite enough to stop the cart.
Yeah, you're still pretty happy with this 36 seconds, though. That could have been a way worse outcome. How much time you came into point C with, you're pretty content with that, and I think your adaptions have been pretty good. But like you said, this slow poke out of Limestone has just been slowly wearing down Rio Grande. Just moment after moment, they'll wait, they'll find an opening, and the second they lose track of LSM, he capitalizes on it. He punishes them. He'll dive into the back line, throw his ultimate, and he knows that Tokyo's there to support him. So really, just great teamwork out of Limestone Esports, just to know that we can adjust our play style, we can play it slow and control the pace, and that's their key to success. And they're going to have to do that again on this defense. And now that they can play at their own paces, now that they start controlling these angles, this does make it a bit more of an uphill climb from Rio Grande. So Ghoul, Nolan, really going to have to step up and find something here. I do like this Widow adaptation with the Tracer, a lot more annoyances. I'm just a little bit still question mark here because LSM needs to be kept in check going into these rounds. There's just nothing, because that has been the main that's been the person who's been really putting out the first bloods, starting these fights, and really capitalizing on a lot of them. So really just need to find a way to keep LSM in check and keep tabs on him. Goes far for their success here.
Goes up for an initial shot. Gonna find anything as Limestone Esports actually playing pretty far back as well. They're gonna take a page out of Grand's book. This is going to give an opportunity, though, once again, for Rio Grande to kind of set up, right? To take a lot of map control here and really be able to scout and set up their dive in a good way. Mad Puppy, moment looking for an opportunity to go in, sees it. Gonna go in for just a soft dive, but goes ahead and uses the bubble as well, which means they're not gonna have a whole lot to push forward with. The pick, though, one incoming, or does go down. Gonna be a few down, though, on the side of Limestone Esports, and they're gonna have a further walk to the point.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be the moment that they capitalize now. LSM's not there to keep them in check. They really need to just regroup quick and go, because that is their main target out of the way, and he'll be back with Barrage before you know it.
Well, Nolan is pushed up pretty aggressively, almost gets picked out there by Briganator. Gonna be a nice boop to keep Mad Puppy in check. In the meantime, LSM finds Not a Mouse on a flank. Will's able to pick up Susanoo, though. Tokyo remains to be seen whether or not they're going to be able to go in for the res. They're just continuing to pocket LSM at the moment, so Susanoo does respawn. Rio Grande is still continuing to hold this position, hold this ground. Dive comes in. That was a beautiful play on the Beetle, forced to back away. Tokyo presumably tried to come in for the res, but an anti-nade putting a lot of pressure on Griganator as well. Both the ports are down, and Rio Grande will get the point in just about the same time that Limestone did.
Again, it's these slow moments really just kind of forcing these errors out, and LSM being the last to fall shows me kind of what we were looking for and questioning how do we deal with this Pharah, and they chose to play around it and to really do that. But I want to see that reflected more in Mad Puppy's dives. You know, Mad Puppy is really trying to contest LSM in a lot of ways, and Winston's not necessarily known for that, but they're making it work. So those adaptions out of Rio Grande really led to their success here. Now they have to play into the open sight lines, and it's going to come down to Ghoul and to really kind of keep LSM in check here. So this duel is something I'm watching simply because Ghoul's man down when he's playing the 2v1. Oh, wow.
Well, That's a one fight, one ult win, right? LSM and the rest of Limestone has to be feeling pretty good about that. Anonymous trying to just cause a little problem in the back line while the rest of the team gets back.
I mean, but that's the same old story, right? The Rage Juggle, LSM, they lost track of him. He's in your face, and he's ulting, and he is getting multiple value picks. I mean, that's just kind of the name of the game that Limestone's been capitalizing off of.
Wow, Ghoul comes in with a pair. Right off the bat, too. Most crucially, getting that Bob out of the way, and now Mad Puppy trying to finish things off, but LSM and Beetle going to even the playing field here. Plus, their respawn's going to be back a little bit quicker for them. Beetle able to outduel Anonymous, so early fight advantage to Rio Grande does not turn into a fight win.
No, it's still, unfortunately, just a problem. Again, you got 2 opening picks, but the problem was never really dealt with. So now with the high ground up, Bob up, Coalescence, I mean, the ultimates and the firepower are just there for Limestone. Rio Grande just doesn't have an answer to it. Even with the Nano, there's just no answer to the Bob and Coalescence coming their way. This is probably just another dry fight to pull these ultimates and maybe get a little space for them.
LSM isn't too far behind either. For their old Nano Boost has been committed, though, to Mad Puppy. We can just see if they can get that Primal Rage up. In the meantime, Nolan does find Tokyo. Beetle going to respond with the Coalescence, but in the meantime, Nolan's still firing shots from the sky. Ghoul denied any angles at the moment as well. Susanoo comes in, and Beetle with a pick onto Nolan as well. And once again, these early advantages not turning into fight wins here for Rio Grande. Limestone has just done a beautiful job of turning things around.
I mean, it really speaks to the high healing comp that they have, right? Between the Mercy, who can just triage heal the majority of this, and Beetle on the Moira, who isn't the strongest point, but there's just, they heal or they damage, so the raw power they get is huge. LSM has another barrage up, and I mean, Theory has to build this answer ASAP, otherwise LSM is just going to catch him off guard and have a field day.
Now that Limestone Esports has been taking off that high ground, yeah, Mad Puppy thinking about going up there for a moment, waiting to push in, but Transcendence actually pushed early. Theory, I think, coming under a lot of pressure. That's going to open things up for this barrage, and LSM need to kind of get position with it now. Tries to take a shot for it, but Ghoul is there. Beautiful headshot. Anonymous takes out Susanoo as well, who we've got a couple of swaps. Both the Reaper and the Hanzo. Griginator on life support does eventually fall, so Rio Grande gets the point.
The swaps make sense here as they come in. Like, still do think that the problems that we've seen are being, like, this is the good answer to create more problems, to really punish the tanks that are distracting us. And with Griginator having Flux, it's going to be a tough hold. There's nothing really to pair with it. So I really do want to see Nolan put this onto Mad Puppy and find some success with this to create the chaos that Rio Grande can thrive in and succeed, hopefully.
Yeah, so much on the board right now. For both of these teams, this is definitely going to be an explosive fight. These are going to start out with a nice Dragon Strike from Anonymous that gets Griginator down low. Mad Puppy able to finish them off, and now the Primal Rage has been activated in the back line. Going to be the primary target. It's a beautiful Primal, actually, to take out Tokyo, which is no easy feat. But in the meantime, Susanoo causing a lot of havoc, and Mad Puppy trying to drop back to see if they can turn things around, but LSM continuing to find success, too. So once again, Limestone, they're able to just kind of kite away and keep things in their favor despite these early picks. Ooh, but Nolan taking LSM is a big deal.
That's huge. That's huge, actually. For all the picks that Rio Grande has gotten, the most important one never fell. It'll get rezzed, but they need to aggress on that quickly, and I don't think that'll be the case with 3 ultimates up here. So it's a reset from Rio Grande. Just, triage your team, recover, and try to build as quick as you can. Theory is coming into Transcendence, and that can be your answer to survive a lot of these things, but you need to move quickly for Rio Grande.
Yeah, you really do. Jedi going to be used, but Ghoul is spotted out almost immediately. Does not matter. Griginator is down. 57 seconds left to go. Full lessons used by Beetle to try and turn things around here. But Theory is there with the Transcendence. LSM does find one. The DPS of Limestone find another. Point still moving forward, though, under their control. But Griginator is just about back, and they are here on the Orisa. So the point will hold. Last fight territory for Rio Grande.
It does not look good for Rio Grande. They have Nano going into this, but nothing really to put it into. It's going to have to go on to the Winston to hopefully build the rest of those instruments. Meanwhile, Tokyo is holding on to that high healing Valkyrie, and that may be the difference maker, is the attack versus the defensive. They need to get rid of Tokyo ASAP and keep LSM in check here. Otherwise, this goes down, and it has to start with Nolan and Puppy to kick this off, making that chaos.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think this Nano needs to be committed before the Primal as well, right? You need to have that big cleave damage that hopefully pulls out the...
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Valkyrie, but with a pick onto Theory, things are looking a little rough. Nano Boost does go on to Mad Puppy, but there's the Valk in response like we expected. Anti-Nade does land, but the DPS are there. The sustain is there. Mad Puppy, the last player standing. That's going to be 2-0 here for Limestone Esports.
Just a very, very strong showing out of Limestone Esports. The adaptations they made to come in and counter this dive comp coming in really just shows that they have an understanding of, even if we're not going to make drastic changes, we understand our comp and we understand how to win with our comp. Cool will have to take this as well, just the I guess the prize on the way home. But again, the story of the day just seems to be LSM just absolutely needs to be leashed. Like, LSM in the sky has been an absolute nuisance to Rio Grande. The second they don't know where he is or they don't have him under check, he is just a mad dog in their backline or taking out somebody. So Rio Grande really needs to just kind of hunker down, take a breath, and just say, look, that's match point. Let's put all our resources into contesting this sky battle, because even fighting around that hasn't necessarily worked, and they need to find an answer, and it has to come right now, Joggle.
I was muted. I apologize so much. No, they're gonna have to take a few extra. They're gonna get a few extra minutes actually to think about how they want to approach this if they want to try something a little different. As we're gonna throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the broadcast, everybody. If you are just joining us, this is Limestone Esports taking on Rio Grande, and right now Limestone with a commanding 2-0 lead after a great performance on Paraiso. But to be honest, Rio Grande pushed them, I think, to their limits. This fight was won really at the last point.
Oh yeah, this definitely looked a lot closer than you might have remembered from the control map. Control map looked very, very dominant by them, but I do think that Rio Grande is getting the number. They're really understanding now what needs to be done and how do we keep the menace that is LSM in check, because that has been a lot of this comp's success, is the ability to just enable LSM, but also to play as is an individual unit that still can peel for each other in the team. You have the pieces that are really working together. So now as we move to payload, I think Rio Grande really does have a choice to make here, because there's not as many far maps that you could pick here going into payload. They just need to make sure they pick the one that really benefits them and makes it harder to force that Pharah into to help with their growth and change of these successes.
Yeah, I think one that comes to mind for me almost immediately is going to be Junkertown, right?
Yeah.
Where where's Farah have to go, right? To really hide, especially on first point, right? We get into second, we get into third. Sure, you can hide behind the fidget spinner. There's that nice row of buildings with a ramen shop at the bottom. That Farah can kind of hide behind and play behind. But outside of that, there's really not a whole lot. So at least that's where my mind goes initially. But that also plays into poke, which is something that Limestone says they prefer to do even over the brawl composition a lot of times. So, Rio Grande, I think, is in a very tough position here. There's not a lot, I think, of great options, but certainly the one that comes to the forefront in my mind, at least, is Junkertown.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. You could argue that maybe the first A point is like enough to avoid it, but you also have Ghoul, who's shown that they have a very competent Widow, and Anonymous looking great on the Hanzo. So the long range counters are there if you feel that's an answer you need to do. So I do think that that's a good shout. I do again wonder, because this has been kind of like a weird hybrid comp out of Limestone, and it's been one that through the season no one's really been able to contest. They've dropped a single map. For those who missed that statement earlier, they dropped one map through the whole previous 6 weeks, and they are looking primed to not drop another one again. So with that in mind, it seems that they just have a comp that doesn't necessarily care about the meta or what's strong, that they're just very good at, and they are very capable of playing, making this team really, really dangerous when they understand, look, we just need to get LSM into position, we need to enable Susanoo to have it taken off bank and force some attention, and then they just create their own successes. And to the other part of that credit is the slow pace they're setting, right? They have been moving very, very slow and deliberate about each of their maneuvers, and that kind of tempo setting really can throw off a lot of teams.
It certainly can. We just got in our ban, and it looks like Limestone was kind of thinking the same way, as they immediately banned Junkertown. They said, we don't want to deal with that, right? I think that speaks to Limestone's, their thought process and their, their understanding, I think, of the overall gameplay and how things are going, and honestly, what Rio Grande wants to do. So, I think it's thrown a bit of a wrench in the works for Rio Grande, because now they're left thinking. But outside of Junkertown, I think Havana might be the next place that you want to go.
Yeah, right? Havana makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it just really does. Like when you look at what has the next closest sightlines that maybe you can take advantage of, Widow has like great sightlines. Hanzo has great sightlines. Pharah has a little bit of an advantage coming around. You have a lot of those buildings you can play around, like you've noted earlier. But I do think as you move down the line, it does kind of works functionally similar to Junkertown, where you have these open skies that it becomes harder to push on. So maybe Havana. The other one that kind of stuck out to me was maybe Dorado. Dorado doesn't have as much in B and C that you can really hide around or really try to deal with in the skies. So that may be the other option, but I'm still not sold on that myself.
Yeah, I think I think back to the Chengdu Hunters a couple years ago, right, when they had when Jinmu was such a terror. Right, and Dorado was actually one of the places I felt like they went more times than not, right? I mean, of course they had They had Ameng and everything as well on
Yeah.
the wall, which plays well to Dorado too.
Ooh.
Oh, in fact, they are
It
going
is
to
Dorado.
Dorado. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I actually do kind of like the Dorado pick. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
maybe Rialto is another way to go, but I personally think Dorado's a pretty strong pick if you're if
Yeah.
you. Well, actually,
If you're
sorry, take that back. If you have a Pharah, Dorado is a place that you want to go. So I'm not sure about this pick. Actually, is what I want to say
Yeah.
from Rio Grande.
like I said, I think maybe they're looking at the longer part of this map where once you get past point A and there's not as many moments you need to like worry about angles or you need to watch for the Pharah that she can really hide around. I think that's a good pick. Like the B phase, you can control that high ground very easily with a Winston and not really have too much to worry about. C is very, very open. You can run the Pharah there, but it's not a lot of places to hide, so I think they might be playing for the longer sections of this map.
Yeah.
The other thing that I will say was, and I've been kind of itching about this, but I haven't really said much, was I really do want to see the D.Va. I really do think that we're at a point, the Winston's a great take, but you just have to play defensively, and you have to account for how passive Limestone is playing. You know the Pharah is coming, and Winston can, in very annoy, I guess, the Pharah, but with that in mind, like the D.Va is the right pick. It looks like Limestone gonna change it up. They want to dive here, and LSM now over to the Genji really does take a lot of the wind out of Rio Grande's big brain sails. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens when they see the Genji come around the corner.
I mean, Zappy being on the D.Va is great to counter Susanoo as well, right? Death Blossom comes in, Defense Matrix comes out, and LSM deleted almost immediately. Cool, and 3 players contributing to that kill, but Driganator trying to hold onto that high ground is forced off as Tokyo falls as well. Now taking a lot of poke damage from above, forced to use their bubble too, but Card making a bit of progress. Zappy does dive in to take care of him, so fight is won, and now Susanoo bites off a little bit more than they can choose. So honestly, Rio Grande came away with almost 2 fight wins there.
Yeah, that's still huge. This is a fine choke you'll take because now there's really not much that can be done. You have a safe spot for your supports to hide into, and now it's very, very hard to dive onto. You still maintain this all-important high ground also, so Rio Grande, now they just need to build the ultimates. Ghoul is already almost to Visor, so getting that the rest of the way and using it early and aggressively could signal an easy win if they maintain this high ground.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a surprise ultimate. I don't think anybody in Limestone is expecting this to be up and ready, and with Deflect out from Genji now too, I think this is the ideal time to use it if you're going to. Immortality Field has to be used as Zappy is demaxed, so Limestone wants to try and make sure that they can keep Zappy out of that mech. They're going to be at about 50% before they kind of disengage here. LSM tries to go in for a hero play and is punished for it, so Zappy actually might be able to get back into mech, but it's going to have to be at the beginning of this next fight.
Yeah, it's going to be really important, and considering that they are, again, giving up space, Ghoul's going to take this aggressive high ground. Now, with that restraint in, they are going to have the ultimates available, but, I mean, Kitsune Rush plus Death Blossom, that Immortality Field needs to be timely. That's the only thing stopping Limestone from winning this.
Going to be a very aggressive dive coming in. Here comes the Blade. Immortality Field is out. Ghoul taken down before they're able to get the attack visor out. The self-destruct does catch one, but one is not going to be enough to save the day here. And with how much distance Limestone was able to gain, even with only winning 1 fight, this point's going to be theirs.
Yeah, it was again slow play, just realizing, look, we can take the free space we have. Let's just play to the next fight, build up our ultimates, and this worked for them in control as well. So they'll hold on to Death Blossom and Primal. Susanoo has been really sneaky here. We were talking about LSM being the kind of sneaky one you need to keep an eye on now, but now Susanoo has really capitalized on LSM's aggression. So with that in mind, Limestone can keep this rolling if they just enable Susanoo to find value with his Death Blossom. There's nothing really stopping it.
Yeah, a lot of the impetus here really going to be on Zappy, who's actually in danger of getting demacked once again, taking a lot of damage and forced off that high ground, which is a great place for Limestone because that means Susanoo can kind of set up from there, and we do see them go to that high ground right in towards the back line, able to take out a Nana Mouse, fade away as well. Nana Boost, though, committed onto Zappy, but they're taking a ton of damage. LSM does follow as a result of it. Ghoul getting pressured back under the Tesla cannon, and now Beetle at the off angle with this coalescence. Here comes the visor though, but it's getting blocked all the way by a shield, and Susanoo finishes things off with the Death Blossom.
Yeah, great awareness from Susanoo just to catch that angle, and again, just now is the menace. Now we're too busy watching LSM to try to prevent that carry, and now that'll happen. Ghoul will give up a soldier, realizing there's no Pharah. Yeah, we're going to go for tank break. I don't hate it. Rio Grande should be able to turn this back in their favor. There are no ults against them to really stop the Bob or the self-destruct. I mean, they just need to make sure they find value with them is all it is.
Ooh, and Nolan coming away with a big pick onto LSM once again, who's had a very difficult time staying alive on this Genji. They are getting value when they have the Death Blossom, but short of that, it's been a tough ride for them. And Anonymous able to hold on to this Bob, too, I think is pretty big, even though the fight, it's going to be a quick reset.
Yeah, the discipline to reset out of Limestone has been very good. Just acknowledging, look, we're out here. We don't have the tools to do it, and they've played that good here. They should win with the combo here.
The Blade's going to come out. Bob is committed.
Okay.
LSM taken out by it, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, 1 ult for 1 as well. And now both DPS gone here for Limestone. Briganator, though, going to pop the Primal Rage, see if they can continue to hold on to point. But nobody very, very low. Everybody getting pretty healed up. Nano Boost is pulled out, though. Nano Boost was committed, so that has to be a win in Limestone's book.
Yeah, that's a big tool you went out. I think the one thing my only critique here, Nolan built that Coalescence really, really fast also, by the way. That was the last fight they had one, so
yeah,
really built that very quickly. But the one thing that I think has been kind of the Achilles heel of Rio Grande is just that they've been giving free cart push. They really have not contested the cart, and they're just kind of playing for these chokes, and that can't really stay now, because now Limestone is a Death Blossom plus Kitsune Rush again, and that, again, it just can win on its own. They just need to catch them by surprise, and this should be there. There's no answer to stop it short of Zappy.
Ooh, and Ghoul getting pressured out pretty heavily. LSM able to finish him off. Takes out Nolan as well. And now Susanoo gonna go for a Death Blossom in spawn. Recognizing just about everybody else is dead. Make that everybody is dead. So Limestone will take Dorado in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And I wanna talk about a point you made real quick, right? And that's you mentioned that Rio Grande has been giving up a lot of space, right? And just allowing Limestone to kind of take that. And that's giving them, it's allowing them to just win 1 or 2 fights here to get a point. And I think that has honestly been the one of the biggest things I've noticed out of Rio Grande this entire series. Is just they're, I think, a little bit too ready to give up space. And in addition, what that means is when they, get an early pick, right? Because we've seen that a lot. We've seen them get an early pick, and then Limestone just backs off for a moment, regroups, and then comes back in very, very effectively. They need to play a little bit more aggressively, because that's going to allow them to get those second and third picks, right? Those cleanup picks. To build their ultimate and also set Limestone back further. So I think, more than anything, that's been the biggest takeaway from me so far, is that Rio Grande just needs to play more aggressive.
I agree completely. I think you've nailed it.
From a map control perspective, right? Not even necessarily like a, looking for picks, just from a map control perspective.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, hopefully we'll get that back. But I think in the meantime we've got plenty we can talk about. So, because I agree with you completely. The other part of giving up that space and trying to play for the longer respawns, supposed to take the fight early and more aggressive, and kind of half give up the space, so that if they are playing a little bit later, they are playing into your trap and they play on your grounds. The problem is that the grounds that Rio Grande has kind of set for these never really end up being more than one fight away from success. We saw it in the first chokes. We saw it in even point C, where they would get him to a choke point, but that's already half the way of the space gone. You need to keep contesting it. You need to take these fights on the cart to really keep that happening, because as we're watching these picks fall and watching all these teammates die, we're really seeing them happen so far off the cart that somebody's just able to sit there and walk it in while the DPS of Limestone are cleaning it up. And that has, like you said, that's really been the advantageous part, is they've been giving up the space but not really controlling where the fight happens.
Yeah, exactly. And that's I want to take that point, right, and kind of elaborate on that a little bit, because That's one of the big things that you can do on defense, right? Is when you're on attack, attackers control when the fight happens. Defense controls where it happens. So I think back to Paraíso, right? The defense there, from Rio Grande, and as well on Dorado, right? The places they were choosing to fight, they gave the advantage in a lot of ways to Limestone.
Yeah, and this is we're critiquing this, but mind you, this is not an easy thing to necessarily know while you're in game.
No, exactly.
It's very easy to just say, look, we need to contest the choke points, we need to keep them at this line. But there is also a point where you need to play them ahead of the line or behind the line based on what their comp is doing, because that's where LSM was finding a lot of value on the Pharah. And if I had to guess, especially on this attack now, the Genji not finding the success they really wanted. They did get value on the blades for LSM, but I have a feeling they might be bringing back that Pharah. We kind of talked about how the value that can be had on points, like point A and even as far in as point C, but I have to imagine they might be bringing that back just simply due to Rio Grande's just desire to contest on the wrong points.
Yeah, and this is also, I spoke a little bit about the Chengdu Hunters, Jinmu, Dorado, right, and kind of how that worked. Really, I think the place that they found the most success as well on the Pharah was on defense, right?
Yes.
You get a good Pharah on defense on that first point of Dorado, and I mean, you can lock it down, right?
Oh yeah.
Right pieces together, it can be very, very devastating. So I would be very surprised if we don't see LSM go back to the Pharah here, just because it can be that oppressive.
Yeah, agree. So just for those just coming in, maybe concerned what's going on, we are trying to get in. Yeah. It is in the middle of Game 3. We're trying to get ourselves back in. They paused for us, thankfully, so we won't have missed too much, and that game will be right back in. It looks like we're actually good to go.
Yeah,
in just
looks like we're in.
Yeah, looks like we're good to go. So we'll see what the adaptions made out of Limestone were, because they looked very handedly at that 3-point capture. They have a couple minutes to spare, and I mean, they have to know that they have some advantages in their pocket.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, one thing I think they do need to be concerned about, though, is Zappy still on the Diva, right? Zappy didn't, didn't change during that entire time, right? And I think just considering that you did have the Reaper there as well, that wasn't a bad choice. It doesn't necessarily do a whole lot to deal with the Genji, but I don't think that, we talked about this. I don't necessarily think that Genji was the biggest threat there.
No.
Right? Like we said, the blades were good, but outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot I think that LSM brought to the table with the Genji. Was more so the Reaper, I think, getting a lot of value.
Oh, yeah. No, the Genji wasn't the threat, but LSM was the threat, if that makes sense. Really, we were we were trying to keep LSM in check on probably a hero that we didn't need to. Like you said, the real punisher was Susanoo and the Reaper, and that was that was kind of where they caught him off guard. You caught him, double checking and looking themselves in the mirror. But I think, like you said, to go along with that is Zappy is there. The other thing that strikes me as maybe a miscalculation, there were no defensive ultimates on the side of Rio Grande, and they're making that change there. They are making that change there. They'll bring in the sound barrier for it, and I think that I agree with that choice. It was a very aggressive comp. They were trying to play defensively, and now that they're going to push onto this. Limestone will bring out the poke comp, and I mean, we haven't seen LSM really bring out the Sojourn, so I'm very interested to see these performances from these long-range shooters, because we've seen Rio Grande shoot. Now we have to see Limestone match them on that turf.
I think another thing that really bears mentioning is Zappy being on Ramacho, right?
Ramacho, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a good look for them, because now this is going to force them, right, to kind of focus on the point and move it along. So I don't think we're going to see kind of the same ground being given up, but Zappy going down early. It's going to signal a retreat here from Rio Grande, as Zappy honestly just got a little too much distance, I think, between themselves and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it seems like they lost a little bit of the support's death ball, and the rest of the team will eventually catch up to see them there. But, I mean, Limestone, again, looked very, very strong. They'll give up that's the correct read. I was going to say, Ramacho does have a little bit of a rough matchup versus Sigma, so they'll bring in the Zarya. I think this works for A. I'm not sure about what happens when we're forced to add verticality. And again, Rio Grande they're giving up a lot of time here. Ghoul does find an opening pick, but they have to aggress on this quickly.
Right, this is the other thing that I think we saw a lot was early picks in favor of Rio Grande, but Limestone able to deal with it, right? And here comes part of that dealing with it is going to be using this Gravitic Flux early. Anonymous able to pick off LSM, though, in the meantime. Briganator still holding on strong, though. Ghoul finds Beetle, so Rio Grande doing just a great job of whittling away at Limestone Esports, and they're going to be in a similar position, actually. This point should be captured without much resistance now.
That was the most effective shot calling we've seen out of Rio Grande in the last couple maps. Just the way they were able to say, look, the Sigma's still up. We don't care about that. Let's focus out these other squishy targets and win this fight that way, and then clean this up. And that was the right call. Ghoul also continuing to find these picks. Wow. I mean, yeah. Ghoul has the potential to keep these in check, and that was kind of what we were hoping for. Will eventually get punished out, but they have Cart around the corner here, and they have Sound Barrier up, so they should just be able to ride this out from Limestone Esports. Limestone will take the aggressive point and clean up here, but they need to use that Sound Barrier to ride out the incoming Kitsune Rush coming in, because that is the only thing really going to aggress onto them.
And here comes the Kitsune Rush. As soon as Zappy goes down, they're going to try and get in, use it. Ghoul finds one, but is going to be punished again by Griganator. And now I think this might be a good time for Ghoul to swap, right? We do see Anonymous go over to the Reaper, so I think this is a good recognition that something needs to change. But LSM falls. Ghoul still sticking with the sticking with the Widow and finding success.
Yeah, if you're hot, and he is just hitting headshots. They're just hitting headshots right now. You have to go on that. I think the important thing now is just setting up Ghoul for success here. They need this high ground contested, and there's not really anybody to help with that, so they're going to have to take the space and control this instead. This is the aggression we wanted to see out of Rio Grande, and I like this juggle. They need to keep up the pressure here and just keep this going. They'll keep the cart moving, and they need to keep this pressure going. They are going to do so. Maybe too much.
Yeah, you know, even though they're not getting the picks, right? Look at how much cart progress is because of how far forward the rest of Rio Grande pushed up. They're able to get this cart about halfway through the streets, but now this is, I think, where it gets the most difficult for Rio Grande.
Yeah, I mean, you have ultimates up, you have Graviton Surge, and you have an answer to something. There's nothing really to pair with this short of Anonymous getting Death Blossom, so you have more ultimates, but the pieces aren't quite there. It may require a little bit more poke to get this success. You should be able to ride out one of these ults with the Sound Barrier, so I'm expecting actually a defensive grab. If they play this defensively, they can win this.
And that's what I was thinking too. They might need to hold on to this grab for the Blade coming in, but no, they're going to use it immediately. Suzu comes in. They don't necessarily get the picks on anybody who's there in the grab, but beautiful shot. Yeah, you're right. Ghoul is feeling great right now on the Widow.
Yeah, Ghoul is looking hot on this Widow, and I think you need to play into that. If this is your carry coming online, you need to use that. And now the other part to this, yeah, you can see the Blade is just gonna get spent, and they'll, you know, they don't really have an answer for LSM. So, I mean, there's gonna be, I think, a contest. They were gonna try to contest this. I don't think it'll get there. No, they'll get there just in the last second. They'll spend ultimates to do it though.
Oh wow, yeah, they're coming out with the Rush and the Coalescence, which is a huge thing to have to deal with here right at the end. So, call me Massey. She goes ahead and sets out the Sound Bear. Griganator finds Anonymous though on.
That's huge.
Self-destructed. That was the Death Blossom. That was one of your big win conditions there, and with them gone, yeah, this is gonna have to be a reset here. So that's a huge fight win for Limestone.
It is. It'll buy the time off, and you know, that was probably worth it in that point if you're going to hold this, because we've seen Limestone, you know, put their foot down and then hold and not lose a fight afterwards. Now that they've given it up, we've moved to the Diva to contest Ghoul a little bit more. I do like this, but they just need to keep an eye on Anonymous, and should they be able to do that, they can continue to hold. They have one fight to do this, so it just becomes stopping Nolan and Anonymous with their ultimates to hold this out, but they don't have any tools to do so. Juggle, this is going to have to be one in neutral.
Yeah, no, they used everything for that last hold, but Susanoo getting Ghoul. That's going to be a great start. Anonymous now trying to back up and see if they can put a little bit of pressure on the Soldier, but they're able to just kind of kite away as quick as they want. And they actually get the kill. Susanoo was so low. And now the ults are building back up. Susanoo is going to have the Attack Visor for next fight.
I mean, I think that was an unfortunate call there. Anonymous just decided they think that could win the duel, but they really needed to contest the cart there. I don't know that anybody's making it. It'll have to be the Lucio to touch, and there is Graviton. Like, Grab Blossom is there. That needs to come up, and it needs to be huge. Someone has to get there. It'll be the Lucio, and they have to hit this ult now.
And they're going to have to deal with Griganator as well, right? Yeah. And Griganator's getting ready to get the self-destruct. So even if you get the DMAC, right, which allows the Death Blossom to go, the self-destruct is going to be there too. They don't use it. They go ahead and use it. The DM is there. Nothing comes out from the Death Blossom, but the kills are still coming out in favor of them anyway because the defense matrix, it's gone. It's expended. LSM tries to get something done here, but Rio Grande is going to be able to see the next point.
Yeah, they just panned their ults out and just let that do the winning for them, and it was the right call. Ghoul has sights up again. Maybe can just use that to give them an edge here and maybe get a cheeky pick. This is less a great sightline for Widow, so this is probably going to be the end of this Widow here, especially given Limestone's just massive amount of ultimate bank on their side. And that early pick means this is going to be a reset for Rio Grande really quick.
Yeah, we do have the Blade coming in as well, though, so the reset isn't going to be as fast as they had necessarily hoped. And this, I think, right here illustrates, I think, kind of the difference that we've seen between Limestone and Rio Grande, right?
Yeah.
Rio Grande, I wouldn't have necessarily expected them to follow up on that. I think they would have been content to just have the fight won with just that one pick. Limestone, though, no, they take everything and everyone.
Yeah, they take no survivors here. They make sure that happens. And I mean, they have Rush Visor up. That's just devastating when caught correctly, plus Coalescence. Massey has Barrier. It needs to block a lot, so this Lucio needs to come in huge.
Ooh, LSM going down, though, is big. Nolan has gone ahead and used the Coalescence, and Anabaus chases down another. So many threats coming in, there's very little you can do. If you are Limestone Esports, 17 seconds left to go. This has to be a quick reset because there's only one fight remaining.
There is, but your win cons are still there. You still have 3 ultimates up. You just need to push out into it because now they can't step off cart. Someone has to get there, though. They need to touch, too.
We do have a last moment contest. Here comes Susanoo, though, from the sidelines with a Tac Visor. A little bit to find one. LSM gets another. Tac Visor continuing to find value. Here comes more and more picks. Self-destruct in as well from Griganator. Susanoo finds one more, but Ghoul's still alive. Nolan's still alive on point. They need to get these picks, but the respawns are going to be there. The support is going to be there. So Limestone Esports primed to take this point, primed to take this series in these last few moments.
Oh my goodness, I can't take it. The suspense.
I know the feed it just fell for us. It's okay. Here at the casting booth. Maybe you all are seeing it. I'm not sure.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's back. They're still holding.
They made it back. Rio Grande actually made it back, but Griganator able to find out call. Mean Massey is going to be a big pick, and now there's no supports left for Rio Grande. Everybody in line for Limestone Esports. Just a formality. Limestone will take the 3-0 win.
A dominant force from what is probably our #1 seed here in this division. So, I mean, a great showing out of Rio Grande, but Limestone just absolutely played just so well. They just knew and adapted very, very well. Ghoul again with a, noteworthy, like this is their third play of the game. This is a great, just awareness, just great.
Oh, wow.
Just didn't see it coming. Didn't see it coming. Sights up. Third play of the game for Ghoul.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about an all-star player, but the big story here is just Limestone, right? Limestone just absolutely looked dominant in their comps, be it from that. And I think the question we had going into that last map was, what's going to happen if you can't play the Pharah? What's going to happen? Well, the rest of the team will pick up the slack and the energy, and we saw that in Limestone. Just a very, very good, well put together team. Earning the 7-0 means that they are pretty much 1 seed going into playoffs in the future. Rio Grande will fall to 3-3. There is another game for them, so they're fighting for their lives. In this next game that we're not going to get to see is going to have to be huge. They put up a great show here, I think, versus the #1 seed. So the question mark is, can they carry that performance into the future and hopefully into a playoff spot?
And I think with just with just a couple of adjustments, right? I think a couple of quick things, right, that you attend to if you're Rio Grande, just with your approach, right? And I think that's kind of the nice thing too, is it's not necessarily comp specific, right? They need to do something specific with all these different comps. No, just play a little more aggressive, hold a little more space, and honestly, you're gonna find a lot more success. So looking forward to seeing how Rio Grande adapts in the future. But yeah, I mean, the story of the night absolutely has to be Limestone, who was just tearing through this division.
Absolutely, and I mean, we'll see them later, I'm sure, but I mean, that wraps up game one here, and that's a great opener for the next two games ahead. I think should be nothing but bangers after this.
Oh yeah, we're going to be turning things over to Chef Billy and Bull Skunk to take you through the rest of the evening here on the AX stream. Next up is going to be Mizzou versus Redbird Academy, followed
Ooh.
by California State Irvine Long Beach taking on the University of New Mexico. But thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for myself and Soav as well. Thank you to our production crew, Lottie and Cynthia. We're going to hand it off to the next crew. But before we do that, any final words from you, Soav?
Just another beautiful night of Overwatch struggle. Always happy to be here.
All right, well, GG's and see you all next time.
Welcome back. We appreciate your patience through our bit of an extended break. But we are here to conclude our night. Well, to continue our night of Overwatch. We are in week 7. My name's Jeff. I've got Chef Billy here with me, and we're starting off with the Legends division. As I said, starting off, we had Soev and Joe God start us off through the night. So we're starting off Billy in our stint. That's going to be in the Legends division. Yeah. I got there eventually. Billy, I got there eventually.
I like it. I'm here for it. Yeah, Redbirds versus Mizzou, my home state. Clairvoyant and company taking on the juggernaut that is Redbird Esports. We'll see how this is going to go down tonight here in the Legends division. But, I mean, Redbird Esports competing in the program right now. So, right?
Yes, right? Yeah. Well, we got their academy team here tonight.
Yeah, we got the academy team here tonight.
Yeah, the primary squad plays over in the other Legends divisions. Legends have been split into 2 divisions for this season. So, yeah, Mizzou doesn't have to worry about the big dog Redbird roster. It's just the academy roster today.
Right. I mean, we're going to see Core, Lino, Senchu, Vintage, Maymine, and Goose for Redbird Academy. Mizzou. Like I said, we will have Clairvoyant, Iggy, Tommy Salami, Cabby, Ping on Sheila, or Low, sorry, and Galactical for them. And you know what? They've had some good results. They've had some stinkers, and they've had some forfeit wins too. So, I mean, both coming in under 500 here. This is a chance for Mizzou to come in and get themselves equal on the season here in week number 8. Redbird Academy looking, to get themselves one step closer to that 500 mark here, and the Academy team looking to really step it up here.
Yeah, Mizzou coming in 3-4, heading into week 7. For those of you keeping track at home, they've been awarded 2 forfeit wins that are from further in the seasons, from week 8 and 9, I believe. And then we have a no report from week 6. So hey, report your games, friends. That's how we know how you're doing. You got to report your scores. Redbird Academy a lot more straightforward. They have the same 2 forfeit wins, but those are from earlier in the season, so it just kind of fits in line. And they're sitting at an even 2-4, which actually aligns with us being in week 7.
Yeah, I'm just doing caster math. It happens.
Oh, that's dangerous.
It really is dangerous. But you know what isn't dangerous is us casting this series going on here tonight. I will be saying MIZZOU if it ever happens, if there's a team kill, just because it's the home state. I get to represent something every once in a while. I mean, people are still clueless as to where I'm actually from, but I've actually lived here the longest in my life and have had a chance to talk with the kids up at Mizzou, not only for this team, but also some of their lower teams here in the state. So, you know what? Try to put the branches out there and get the communication for my hometown or my home state Overwatch teams. And we'll see how they do tonight here. Like I said, they have a chance here to get themselves to 500 on the season. I think Redbird Academy, though, having that trickle-down effect from the top team, scrimming against them all the time, being in the same lab as them, something's got to rub off there, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, Illinois State, I almost call them university. That would not be the right one. Illinois State University have a phenomenal esports program with the wonderful facility that they support thoroughly. So that certainly has to have an effect, even if it's not the team that's playing against Overwatch League teams right now. They're still competing in the Legends division. They're still top 10 in this division, of the upper echelon of schools here in NECC, even if they are just the academy roster.
I mean, it's going to come down to who is going to step up here. Week number 7, and who's going to take that step forward towards our postseason. And I mean, if you take a look further into the numbers, I mean, you've got a 3-1 win for Mizzou over the premier team from University of Hawaii, but you've got losses. I mean, their first 3 losses of the season. Imagine running this gamut: Oklahoma, Fisher, Northwood. Not easy to go through there. And, they do get their first win of the season after going through those first 3 weeks, getting their win over Hawaii in the 3-1 fashion. So, we'll see how this goes through. But, I mean, for Redbird Academy, they're coming in with a couple of forfeit wins. That's their only wins of the season. So they actually haven't won a series here. They're both forfeit wins over Grand Canyon University and Fresno State. But both teams lost 1-3 to Oklahoma. Both teams lost 0-3 to Fisher Varsity. The big difference that I'm looking at right now is the fact that they have lost 0-3 to Northwood as well. So, all three of the top teams have taken these two squads down. So it's going to come down to, I wish I had the UTD score here from them. I might reach out to Louie while we're in game and see if they can give me a score. But, for today, it's a chance for them to really get themselves propelled forward and give themselves a leg up here in the NECC Legends division.
Yeah, both teams even took one map off of Oklahoma, so even it's like exact same results against the teams that they faced so far, and it's been a lot of the same teams. So it'll be interesting. I feel like these two teams are basically fighting for 7th place right now. They're fighting to maintain their spot in the green, and every step you can move up, from the bottom, it means you're not going to have to face the number 1 team or the number 2 team once we do get to postseason. With 2 teams dropping out, every team from this division will play in the postseason, if my math is correct. Again, the danger of caster math, so it's not 100% certainty. But if my understanding is correct, every team from this Legends West division will make it into playoffs. But it's just, are you going to have to go up against Northwood right out of the gate? Are you going to have to play Fisher round 1? That's what you're trying to avoid right now, and a win here could be a step in that direction for both of these squads.
Sure. We'll just see how this is going to play out. I think that if Redbird Academy play up to what they scrim against, then they should get a good result here. But I know that Clairvoyant has been working their team very, very strongly here the past couple weeks. Also saw them in Pro-Am or in the APAC chat last night watching Korean contenders. So maybe sleep is not on their schedule, but lots of Overwatch is.
Oh, Clairvoyant's definitely a very passionate player. Very active on Twitter as well. Let's take a look at our map poll, figure out where we're going today. This is a best of 5. We do have a ban system in place. High Seat, I believe, bans first map. And then, where's that low seed? Maybe low seed bans first map and high speed picks first map. That's what it is. And then winner bans, loser pick. Lijiang Tower, start things off. Sorry, I had to get my ducks in a row there for a moment.
It's okay. That's what we're here for. Making sure that all the ducks are all nice and aligned going down the pond. That is our series tonight.
Quack, quack.
Well, it could be quackers here. But, seriously, Control is going to start us up like always. And, what a surprise we're going to Lijiang Tower. We all know the 3 different compositions here. But if you are new to this or you're new to watching this in a competitive sense, Gardens, you're looking for space control there. You can use mobility or you can use a plant yourself in the sand kind of tank and let your team work around you. Night Market, there's lots of environmental possibilities. Pathing onto the point usually is done by a Symmetra, or you can use the aerial route there. And then Control Center is the outlier here for the map of Lijiang, where you generally tend to see either a really heavy rush or a brawl composition come in.
Yeah, I feel like Night Market's one where you can really just bunker down. If your team is really good at defending a point, at holding an objective, Night Market's one where you can just get your feet planted and everybody just stick on the point and hold down the 4 doors and you're good to go. Control Center, yeah, definitely more brawly, a lot more close quarters. And that's one where I feel like you can really punish chokes. Feels like the choke points in Control Center become a lot more prevalent. But we're starting on Gardens, saving the best for last in my list. I did that on purpose. I totally did that on purpose. This one, now, the environmentals in particular can be very dangerous.
Yep, and we're going to see Redbird Academy come out here on the blue side. Looks like we've got our names backwards here. Clairvoyant is a Mizzou person. There we go. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to claim space here. We're going to look at or Iggy here in the sky with the pharmacy combo. Try to bump people off. And, it's going to be stationary versus engagement. Clairvoyant trying to go in aggressively. And Redbird Academy pushing them out.
Yeah, Redbird Academy just go in and they just clean out the dojo. Apparently Mizzou did not have their tea time correct. As they get absolutely ejected. First Control now going over to get Redbird here, and they're going to get a early pick here into this next fight. That's just going to stall things out. Mizzou has got to reset.
Resets are always a good thing here when you're down a person. You want to see what kind of work can get done here from Mizzou. How are they going to try and take this space up against a Winston that's looking to dive your backline? Well, you can jump yourself out of the way and force that cooldown out.
Ooh, yeah, the nice direct onto the bridge. As Iggy's working around from White Room alongside Mizzou as they look to try to push in on Redbird, see if they can crack this thing open. Vintage has just been having a field day, sitting in the back, and a beautiful jump shot takes Iggy right out of the sky. Nice kill from Tommy Salami, though, and that you take that kill, the trade onto the Winston for your, for your DPS any day of the week. Vintage with the overclock, trying to hold this down. Got decent lines on the door coming in. Put some shots at Clairvoyant, but it's the healers that they really want. Redbird finally go in to seek down their prey, but it was a dangerous attempt. That was dangerous game he played there, Redbird. Looks like they're going to their favor. They find both supports. Oh, man, this is messy. I think Redbird's got it, though.
Yeah, I mean, we get the self-destruct out here, and I mean, the eat from Clairvoyant on the Pulse Bomb does keep them in this fight a little bit longer, but Tommy Salami getting pursued here and gets zapped out with the alt fire there from Alino. So, you know what? This has been a sloppy engagement here in Mizzou. Really haven't had time to give themselves a chance to reset. I think right now that they're wanting to run, a little bit more counter into what Redbird are going, and they've gotten off the Pharah.
It was a nano boost on a Clairvoyant to try to hold the Kitsune rush through the double support ults coming up from Redbird Academy. The Goose dropping the late sound barrier is exactly the edge that Redbird needed, and they're able to hold Mizzou off here in the waning seconds. And there should be a 100-0. Going to Redbird Academy, starting things off here on Gardens.
Yep, I mean, just a little bit of a compositional difference there going in with the D.Va versus the Winston. Generally, D.Va will win that unless your support line is absolutely bonkers. And, well, we know that Redbird Academy is known for their pedigree with the support department. So, a little bit of a change-up here coming out from both squads. Looks like Mizzou's going to go with the Ice Cold comp. This is generally seen on King's Row, but works very well here. Sometimes you'll see the Junkrat be replacing the Cassidy here, but we do have that Junkrat on the other side. Alino going to match out this Reinhardt.
Yeah, it's a Junkrat Sim combo. This is very much a micro meta from Control Center from Overwatch 1. Oh, but Alino got stuck on a wall. It was well placed there from Tommy Salami. And a beautiful start to this fight here from Mizzou. Once the Reinhardt falls, the rest aren't going to last long.
I mean, we saw Senchu try to get some work done with the concussion mines and the trap and, just the spam damage that Junkrat's known for coming in. But it's definitely working its magic now. And, well, 76% to a shatter here. You're looking for Tommy here to get the walls off, cordon off to maintain, break that out, and just keep the fight in their favor.
Ooh, nice shot for Vintage. That was from some range to pick Cabby off. That is not easy to do. Clairvoyant just got Shatter online, trying to bring this thing back. It's going to hit 2. Got half health, not able to go in and follow it up. Iggy is able to pick off 1, but Mizzou are just so low. Those health bars below half for 3 of the 4 surviving members. Redbird are looking to pursue. And they have gotten Mizzou trapped all the way back against the wall. No lashing out from Mizzou. It's Redbird Academy who clean up.
Yeah, it's the swap over from Vintage onto the Cassidy that really helps them in the interim. And, well, some trades there, and you're gonna take that DPS over the healer all day long. Now, if he does have this Deadeye coming into the fight, looks like we can get a Blizzard engage here from Tommy Salami, Jeff. So, we've got some engagement tools here that just aren't going to be able to be answered back.
No, and this is why Redbird had to back up. They had to get Goose back in this fight, so they have that disengage tool. Here comes the Blizzard. Are Redbird going to be able to get out of it? No! And furthermore, Iggy's able to find one with a Deadeye, and so there's not going to be a Blizzard in response. Redbird Academy are watching their win cons just fall out from between their fingers. That Shatter's not going to get anything. Goose drops to their sound barrier, and Redbird Academy trying to stabilize here, but they really haven't gotten much ground. Goose is able to pick up 1. The Deadeye from Vintage to whittle down Clairvoyant, who's got to get that shield up, but the moment it drops the fin, the hammer comes through. Somehow, Redbird hang on.
It was the sound barrier that keeps them up through the mid-fight. They last through the Blizzard. I think that they could have held that Blizzard a couple more seconds or thrown up a wall and not allowed the escape route for Redbird Academy. They just weathered the storm there. Yes, you do get an entry pick, but the follow-up behind it just wasn't there. So we're looking at Iggy now swapping over to the Sojourn.
Immediately making good use of it. Second time we've seen Goose fall early in these fights. Better comes down. That found Vintage. Blizzard out from Sinch. The sound barriers there from Cabby. So far, Mizzou staying up, but that was until Vintage was able to land that flurry of shots from the Peacekeeper. Follows it up with a couple on the Gabby as well. And Senshu and Maymain cleaning up on the back of this fight. Redbird, they've pretty much got this one locked down here, Billy.
Yep, and I mean, we're looking at the wall there. That's going to prevent anybody from getting in. No speed boost to get through. And the beautiful fire strike through that window is instant death. So, I mean, better from Mizzou there. But Redbird really showing a different style of class here. Running with a brawl composition. The rush on Gardens. I mean, composition. Those are the things that they need to be cognizant of when they're going into these engagements. If they realize that they don't have the composition to echo or at least be able to punish Redbird right now, this is going to be a very straightforward series. So Clairvoyant and company really do need to get the awareness up immediately, find counters right away. Iggy has been very adaptive into some of these compositions, but it's been a little bit stagnant for the rest of the team.
And I liked the pick, especially on Control Center, like coming out with the May and the Cass. That was a good look, and Redbird had to answer. They had to come off of the Symmetra and the Junkrat and come back and answer with that same composition. But unfortunately for Mizzou, they just weren't quite able to stick around through those fights. I think the Blizzard fight was really kind of the turning point for me, particularly on Control Center. Once that one slipped through their fingers and they allowed Redbird to escape, I mean, it was a beautiful sound barrier, don't get me wrong. It was Goose there that had that perfectly type sound barrier, but once that one slipped through Mizzou's fingers, it seemed like it was just an uphill fight from there on in.
Right, and I think that's where the mechanics and the game sense will come in, is that if you put the wall up, you see that happen a lot in the higher ranks, where they'll throw the wall up, they'll stop the escape route, and then they'll throw the Blizzard against it. That's where you see a lot of these multi-kill Blizzards come from, is that the escape route is gone. Even if you get the sound barrier out, you can take a pin, you can take a shatter, you can take, the Deadeye that came through that. I mean, even with the sound barrier up, that's still going to chunk you down super low, and you can close in on the back of that. So I think having your order of operations ready to go and executing on those is the way that I think that Mizzou can get themselves back in this series for our next map.
Well, they do have their pick of the litter on where we want to go. Let's take a look at where we're headed. It's going to be our hybrid game type coming up next. So go to unlock a point, and then you've got the cart that you've got to escort all the way through the rest of the map. As I am stalling desperately while our production gets our map pool screen ready. And I know it's coming up here any moment. I'm not going to spoil it. Billy.
I'm not going to spoil. I just about did, but I'm not going to do it just because you said. Just because you said not to. I'm not going to.
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
So I'm just going to, postulate on how we look at this. Well, here it comes. Here is our map. It is going to be Paraíso.
Wait. We got conflicting reports.
Yep.
We got conflicting reports. So we're either going to Paraíso or we're going to Blizzard World. I think we're going to Blizzard World, but I don't know. Production is usually smarter than me.
We're going to Blizzard World.
We are going to Blizzard World. All right. Production was just playing a joke on us. They're making sure we're on our toes here, Billy.
Well, I've got my iced tea, so I mean we're good to go here as far as the caffeination for me and being awake.
Don't spill it.
I know. Billy spills the tea on quite the good occasions, but not tonight, not here on stream. We'll do that at a later time.
Not tonight.
But Blizzard World is going to be the place, and I think that Sigma is going to rear their head here as far as the defense. And I think that, you can either go in with a Reinhardt, you can go in with a Rissa, you can go in with a Winston here. It just depends on how your team wants to assemble and take the point. Redbird Academy really stamping their authority on the first map here. So let's see if Mizzou has the mental to bring themselves back into this and see what they've got.
Blizzard World during the rain makes a lot of sense. Like, I know it's kind of gloomy, but at least it explains why the park is empty. It's all sunny out and it looks like this gorgeous, perfect day, and there's nobody at the park. It really makes you wonder.
Would you be going to the park if all these people were fighting on it? I wouldn't be going there.
Well, you don't know that. Like, it's not like they put it in the schedule. I'm going to go attack the stables at Blizzard World on my Google Calendar, that's not... It's like, oh, wait, it's Thursday. This is when Overwatch moves in and starts shooting up everything. We can't go to Blizzard World today.
I mean, I think it would be on the news, honestly. If you had a 7-foot-tall Dutch scientist that levitates off the bloody ground, you're going to think, oh, you know what? Maybe today's not the day that we go and ride the roller coasters.
Well, we're headed to Blizzard World for a good time either way. As we've kind of hinted at here, we do have a bit of a Sigma defense, poke defense from Mizzou. So looking to maintain some range against a highly mobile composition led by the Winston of Alino.
Well, the back line is under serious duress right now. I mean, yep, there you go. Pingan Shila is gone. Iggy's gone. Tommy Salami's gone. This is a quick take a point A here once Clairvoyant is down and out of the fight. Yep, that's one fight and done. And so we're going to be looking at over 5 minutes as we head into the streets of the park here. Alino taking the high ground, pressuring the supports off, and then the cleanup came on from behind there. So, I mean, 5:25 as we go through the park. And you're looking right now for Senchu, going to be up first with an ultimate pulse bomb. Going to be a devastator here, I think, because you don't have anything other than an immortality field to portray anything back against it. Yep, you know, we're looking at a Vintage and company. They're just going to get themselves through the archway here. They're looking to take high ground here. Alino setting up, looking to get that jump in, and there's the engage going in now. They've got their bubble down, trying to burn people down, and well, there is the important kill there. Cabby goes down. I don't know if this, yep, the res will come through there, but Pulse Bomb is online, so now this makes this next engagement even that much more impactful as they're looking to hunt down Pingan Shili here on the Mercy, get that res off of the board.
And since you're working around the back side, Mizzou just desperately want to hold this high ground. Right now it's a chase from Alino, just chasing Cabby all the way around the point. And, oh, no, this is, I fear I am having some feed issues. I fear that I am not in sync with what you were seeing on your screen, friends.
Okay, well, I'm looking right now at Redbird Academy about to capture 2 meters 19 away from capturing Pulse Bomb out. No joy there, but it pushes everybody back. Big Anti comes in on top of Mizzou, and they're just scrambling for any kind of healing, any kind of resources there. 1.98 meters as we continue to go through. Self-destruct out from Clairvoyant, takes Main down. Now we're looking for the recontest here. Alino jumps in. They're looking for any kind of a touch. Pulse Bomb out. Huge from Tommy Salami. That's going to turn this fight in their favor. The support is out here, and it looks like they have turned the fight on its head. 3:33 on the clock. 1.98 meters. And finally, Mizzou gets their feet set, but they're still looking a little bit ragged here. Alino over to the Wrecking Ball. So mobility is going to be upped even that much further into this next fight. No ultimates online here from Mizzou. It looks like Iggy had invested the Bob in that last fight as well. So this is going to be a dry fight with Sound Barrier at their back.
All right, I think we finally got it worked out here. 3 minutes to work with. The Academy trying to attack this high ground with said Sound Barrier. Interested to see if they want to use it aggressively to try to push this point, or perhaps try to use it to react for something from Mizzou. But they gotta know Mizzou has nothing. It's Vintage to open things up. And no problems winning this in the neutral situation with the Pulse Bomb. There's just kind of the exclamation point Redbird needed here to finish off point B.
Well, I mean, you know, it's just the DMEC and, you know, Stagger who will come through just a little bit. Cabby does get a little bit of a joy there. But bye-bye. Pigan Chalet, they're gone. That'll be the second point. 4 minutes to get through the castle here. And late kills coming through for Redbird Academy. This is going to be where Mizzou really has to make a stand. Otherwise, this is going to be an incredibly long hold here. Both support ultimates, Jeff, ready into this fight for Redbird Academy. And this overclock could be lights out for Mizzou.
Especially if Redbird can get into that long sight line. They can get around the second corner to where they can see all the way down. This could be monstrous. Oh, Goose goes in with the assassination on Iggy. Now that is an opener. When your Lucio can pull things like that out, you don't even have to use an ultimate to continue to push here. Redbird's going to be able to save both of those support ults for this final cap.
I mean, 3 different takes that we've seen here, by the way, from Alino. For each point, they've really adapted well. to the compositions that they're facing. Every time that Clairvoyant changes, you see Alina go back and get something in response to that. And this has really been a wonderful masterclass in those tank rotations. Now, Iggy coming out on the Tracer, stick onto them. Oh my god, Iggy runs right into it.
Oh, since you had the sixth sense, just knew Ping Angeli was waiting over there and perfectly delivers that pulse bomb. Yeah, we'll deliver the cart as well. 237 on the clock. A dominant attack here from Redbird Academy.
Oh, it absolutely is. That is really, really dominant coming out from them. So, I mean, that is going to be just a little bit of a hill to climb. As we looks like we have a quick pause asked for there in the feed or in the chat. Little quick change up for them, but man, I mean,
yeah, I had a quick change up on my side too. Rialto was not being nice to me, so it had to go. It was causing those issues that I was having, and so once I got out of Rialto, we had no more problems. So I had a bit of a background change. I know it's a little less interesting and more green, but everything's working smooth. So, hey, I guess that's what's important.
It is. I mean, we got to look good. And, we got to feel good. And we got to be able to see what's going on our stream. But I tell you what I did see was Senchu really taking over, going in with coordinated dives with Alino, either on the Winston or on the Wrecking Ball. We saw the Doomfist come out from Alino, and, they got more work done. They were able to kind of hold back there a little bit. And then once the Seismic Slam comes down, you get that little bit of a stun going through. Then you saw Senchu go in there and finish up the kills on the back of that. Great coordination between the tank and the 2 DPS. Their focus has been fantastic. That's why we're sitting at a 237 time bank. So we'll take a look now. Redbird Academy on the defense. They've got a massive time bank right now to defend. Mizzou? We've seen Icky get some swaps going through there. They've really tried to stem the tide. But right now, Redbird looking a lot like their senior squad and just rolling.
And wonderfully coordinated. You touched on the coordination between Alino and Sinshu, and I think that's a huge part of it.
I love it. I love seeing this coordinated play. And Vintage has really been the silent assassin in the back. You pop out with 100 charge with the rail shot, and boom, somebody's gone. And it's just been that fast. It hasn't been the flashiest. You haven't seen the slides into a 360 no scope shot, but I mean, it's been super effective. And we did see the one slide and jump on Li Zhang, but for the most part, Vintage has just been very quietly going about their business. And I mean, you mentioned it, they're having Goose going and taking Icky down on the Widowmaker. I mean, that's a tall order for Lucio, and did it with style.
Well, now with Alino sticking to the Doomfist here, heading on the defense, Redbird, this tells me that they want to have a very aggressive approach from a defender standpoint, that they want to get on top of Mizzou and not allow them to set up and dive into the back line of Main and Goose. And it's exactly what Alino's doing here early, but eats a Bioronate, has to back up. Thomas Salami wins the war on the flank.
I mean, that's a great win. I think the reason why you're going with the Doomfist here, one, you can't block the Seismic Slam, so that's going to get immediate ult charge. Two, you've got repositioning with the ultimate when it comes through and it's gained so fast. But the other thing is not allowing Clairvoyant to be able to set up where they wish. You're always repositioning them with that empowered punch. So, I mean, they've got a real good philosophy here how to deal with a diva.
Somehow Goose gets in and picks off Iggy. I'm not sure how that happened. I guess Iggy tried to go up to the high ground by themselves and just wasn't on the same page with the rest of Mizzou. A costly mistake, and Mizzou are just trying to back out and try not to suffer any more kills on their escape.
I mean, here's what I love. We've got two Brigidas on the floor, and, well, that's a great shot, taking down the main source of heals. Oof, and the main source of mobility. So, Icky coming up big. This should be the point being taken over here.
Was that just the biggest brain play we've ever seen? It was... like, they just got absolutely baited in Iggy's sightlines, trying to pursue some exit picks, and Iggy just comes up with 2 headshots. There's a third. And that's point cap. Mizzou pull out the big brain play and just lure Redbird right into the sights of Iggy.
I mean, it is 40 seconds difference between what we saw Redbird Academy put up and what we saw Mizzou capture first point with. But there we go. Priority pick out there and no res available. So now you're able to get aggressive with this. You're able to go up there with Clairvoyant, block the danger coming to the Icky has found their range.
Iggy! You absolute madman! Stop it! This freshman is just coming in and taking over the lobby.
Well, I mean, it's Clairvoyant versus Alito right now, and Alito actually gets taken out by Iggy. Hello. I would be waving at everybody, and yeah, they're going to get a celebratory sights out here. So Clairvoyant has the ability to remech here. Big, important ultimate here coming up for them, as you know, they can withstand a lot of damage. They can actually go in a lot more aggressively and get this meterage up in their favor.
When your Widowmaker is hitting shots like it is right now, Redbird, everybody has to be so careful. You can see they're very conservatively placed on this back high ground, and now Clairvoyant knows exactly where to go. Vintage is already down, moving up, take care of the support, so use a self-destruct to try to do it. It's going to chase Maymane all the way back down to the bottom. Maymane has come up and met up with the rest of their team trying to hold off the cart, using a rally to do so, but they're not going to have a Doomfist. This is just Mizzou Esports running over Redbird and have bounced back beautifully off of their defense. Pulse Bomb's not going to land, and that shot from Vintage does. Redbird will have a chance here, but now Maymane has gone down, not able to use that nano boost, and Mizzou Esports will actually finish their dinner.
They will. It's just a bit of cleanup here, and they will actually have almost a comparable time to what we saw Redbird Academy have on their attack phase here. So, I mean, they've got, what, almost 2 minutes to equal what Redbird Academy had. I mean, they don't have anything on the board right now, and on this nano engage should be able to stop them up. I say that as Tommy is just being the harassment that they need there in the back. So low, and there he goes down.
Oh, I think he gets Maymane again. Redbird were playing a little aggressive. Alino was back swapping tanks, has gone over to a Reinhardt. So Redbird were trying to hold without their tank. And perhaps a bit of a mistake. And hopefully for their sake, they don't lose too much ground over it.
Well, we're going to see Vintage echo the Widowmaker pick here. And, well, we've got them out there. Goose getting another kill into the back line. So this is exactly what they needed.
Maymane finally using that nano boost, and it's onto the newly swapped Alino Reinhardt, and that forces Mizzou all the way back to this first corner to take some cover. Redbird able to take advantage of this and get Maymane and Vintage into some good positions here where they can see all the way down. And Mizzou Esports need to be really careful as, oh no, my feed just dropped.
Same.
Oh, and it came back right for the headshot. Oh, Vintage! Vintage over the top! Showing off that Iggy isn't the only one with some great aim.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what they needed to stem the bleeding there now. 30 seconds between time banks, and this card has been stalled out. Senchu with the Deadeye ready to go. There is an answering Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb could change this entire fight up.
Salami's been spotted. She's all over that one. Still doesn't feel threatened enough to have to leave just yet. Clairvoyant moving in on the attack. Rally popped from Cabby, and Mizzou want to take out this Reinhardt, and right now, Alino looking very low, and they're gone. Vintage is able to finish off Tommy Salami before they could pull off the pulse. And a D-Mech onto Clairvoyant as well. Pop in the Pilot Diva just as they eject from the mech from the self-destruct. And Vintage has held off Mizzou Esports once again.
I mean, that is just incredible from them. I mean, and getting the Pilot Diva as they eject out of the mech, that is not an easy shot, and just made it look so clean like butter. And now they've got the sights ready to go, so they're going to have answering sights coming in from Vintage, so everybody's going to know where everybody's at. Now it's just who's going to close it out.
Yep, there are no secrets right now here in Blizzard World. Everything on the table goes on the floor. Tommy Salami now hunting in the back, throws down the pulse. It's going to land on the Reinhardt, who's in trouble. Clairvoyant looking to pursue. They ran right into his shatter, and a beautiful nano tops Alino back up and emblazes him to move into the back and find Ping Angeli. Maymane falls on the other side. Both teams missing an Ana. Both teams diving into the back, and it's a race to see who can kill the other team's backline first. With Goose falling, Mizzou Esports have a slight lead in said race.
Well, I mean, just the work getting done here, and they've staggered out Clairvoyant here. What a horrible thing to do. So mean. And now we're sub 90 seconds here, Jeff. No ultimates on the board for the Tigers. Redbirds looking very strong here with the sound barrier at their back. I mean, Cabby could theoretically get a rally up here, but it's going to be close to overtime by the time they have that close.
I mean, that's what you got to be shooting for. You need an eco fight here from Mizzou Esports. Try to move in, see if they can pull out the sound barrier. Obviously, losing Tommy Salami at the start of this fight is not good. It means you don't have a lot of time to work with. Does Mizzou only get one chance at this? It's a 4v3 favoring Mizzou at the moment, with Redbird the closer he spawns at their back, and are retreating here so they can get those reinforcements. Lino is going to go ahead and just pin all the way back. Redbird trying to regroup. The cart edging ever so closely here towards the end. Vintage with a good opening shot. Caddy goes down, and that win con of getting the rally is just off the table. Oh, there's another good one from Vintage. Make it 3. Vintage just puts one between the eyes of Tommy Salami. It is a desperation self-destructive. They're not able to get back in mech, as Vintage will just kill everyone.
That's just disgusting, and I'm in the best possible way, and I don't even know what you can say to that other than
there's another.
GG's Vintage. GG's turning the fight on their head.
They're still going. They're still going. Athena's trying to tell us the map is over, and Vintage is still clicking heads.
Vintage wasn't done. That's Vintage. That's a double positive? Yes.
Double positive, yes.
We'll go.
Absolutely.
No, Vintage. So, still, I mean, it was great work out of them. They really stepped their game up, and so did Mizzou. Let's be clear with that. This was not a runaway stomp here. I mean, really, they got their act together on map number, or in the second part of Blizzard World. They started looking really clean. So,
absolutely.
I think Redbird Academy, even though they're up 2-0 in our first 3 here, I think the next map might go in favor of Mizzou. It's going to be their map choice, Jeff. So, I mean, Redbird got to be a little bit sweaty right now.
I mean, Iggy, let's not forget that Iggy started off that attack clicking just as many heads. Yep. And then, it was Vintage coming through and trying to steal the limelight there at the end, and indeed will, and kind of instill away a dub in the process. But Mizzou Esports, they flew through points A and B on their attack. Like, they were getting the job done. They were pressing the issue and really forcing Redbird Academy to dig deep to pull out that dub. Redbird Academy have to do it one more time if they want to close out the series. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you there in a minute. Red Bird Academy up 2-0 after a good hold there on the block of Blizzard World. That's no
Black
no,
of Blizzard
on the
World?
back on the
Black
Black
of
of Blizzard
Blizzard
World.
World.
Yes, that happened, folks. That was a thing that happened here. Those were words. Those were words of all time. Anyway, Red Bird Academy able to double their map wins on this, well, triple their map wins on the season after winning these two, only winning one prior to today. They have now officially tripled that. And, well, looking to close it out here as we head into Escort.
Yep, we're going to head to Escort now, and we'll wait for the map to come up. It's going to be Circuit Royale.
Right.
And, well, I expect to see snipers come out again. I mean, with what Iggy and Vintage just did, why would you play anything other than Widowmaker here and just have a good old-fashioned knock them down, drag them out sniper fight? I'm here for it. I think Clairvoyant has the Sigma in their back pocket. Yeah, because they played it on Blizzard World on the first part of defense. So we will see if they bring out the that composition here with the Baptiste and perhaps the Zen. That's generally been the Circuit Royale, the Monaco comp, as it were. But for Mizzou, I mean, they really did come alive on Blizzard World, and I think this is going to be an extension of that. Especially where you're running into more of an off-tank meta. We've seen a lot of main tank come out of Alino. Now I want to see what they've got in the back pocket for off-tanks, because Reinhardt does not traditionally do well here. There's so many ways to get above and beyond the shielding. There's too much elevation.
It's just such a long range map.
Right. I mean,
so
you can see the fire strikes coming in, right? You can see the pins coming in from a mile away. Winston,
I mean, you can just kite away, right? Because a Rheinkampf's just going to want to get on top of you.
Yeah.
And so you just have all the room in the world to just back up and maintain LOS so your DPS can continually put down fire. It just becomes too difficult for a Brawl comp to operate, which is why we've seen the Monaco comp, as you call it, the long-range Sigma Poke comp, has always maintained prevalency here on this map, despite whatever meta might be going on around it.
I tell you what, I saw a Wrecking Ball comp on this map,
Really?
and it worked.
On defense?
On defense.
Okay, yeah, because attacking with Wrecking Ball on this map is so difficult.
I mean, they
so
ran it both.
hard
They ran it both.
to cover room on attack. Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
They actually used the grapple off the top where you normally will see a Widowmaker go up. They actually sent a Junkrat up with them. Got the grapple on the side of the building, swung up and over, landed on the bridge, got the pile drive up, and then concussion grenade went in there and blew up 3. And it was pretty darn impressive. It was done before it was over.
I've seen something similar like that.
So
it's a heck of an ambush.
It is. And it was into a Sigma comp, and they just bypassed the experimental barrier and the kinetic grasp and just got the 3 down like that, and they just collapsed on top of Sigma. So
yeah, what a cool play.
It was beautiful. But we'll see what these two teams got coming out here. Mizzou, once again, going to come out on the defense first. We are going to see the double sniper look, and we're going to have some damage boost to go with it. Ping on Shili is going to be here on the Mercy. We saw that happen on Blizzard World. Well, kind of the same look coming out from Redbird here for their attack. But, I mean, the Discord Orb is really, I think, what's going to make the difference here. And the fact that, once that's applied to you, if you don't get out of LOS, honestly, it's almost a free kill. So the healers are going to have to be on their stead. Redbirds are coming out in the purest of the Monaco comp here. with the Baptiste, so the Immortality Field is going to be what prevents a lot of damage coming in. It'll save somebody from certain death, and with the boost now to the Immortality Field, really, it's much more worthwhile.
Went back to its previous number where it's 25% of the total health is retained as opposed to mere 10. Right. So yeah, definitely a significant boost to the Immortality Field.
Ooh.
Good shot from Central early, but potentially is able to get that res. Get Mizzou back to full strength. In fact, on top, as Iggy is going to win the sniper duel against Vintage. Please give me more of that. I just want to see Iggy versus Vintage on Widowmaker for the rest of this map. That would make me happy, Billy.
Can we just go ahead and just let everybody else chill and spawn, maybe play the piano and just watch those two duke it out? I mean, I'm here for that too. Great Immortality,
but somebody has to be playing Duel of the Fates on the piano.
Or the Mario theme.
That'll work too. Sincho with another good shot here with the Hanzo. Once again, we'll get res, but Sincho is making his presence known. 80% towards those first dragon. Leave the lobby. An ult charge until Tommy Salami decides to shut it down.
This should be an opportunity for them to push back now against Redbird Academy and reclaim some of this high ground in the wide spaces. I mean, the experimental barrier is going down left and right, and you know the kinetic rest being canceled out there by the accretion. Really getting the work done. I mean, Clairvoyant is starting to own the space here.
Clairvoyant putting a lot of damage. You land the directs. That's 60 per hypersphere. So each little volley can do 120 damage if you land them direct. That's not counting the accretion. So you can't underestimate the amount of just raw damage output that Sigma has, and it really forces you to be careful on your positioning and how you approach.
I mean, it's what 2 shots. It's 2 rounds. Oh, what a shot! 2 shots per 3 seconds. So no Transcendence here.
Oh, nice rock!
Wow.
Alino just got accretion rocked out of their Gravitic Flux. Clairvoyant under some pressure. It's going to be a Valkyrie from Ping Angeli here bolstering Mizzou. Speaking of buff support. And Iggy! It gives them the time to do what they do. Sinchu responds with yet another headshot. But Redbird Academy are missing Goose. It's just Zenyatta heals here. Sinchu might be able to pull this one out. They continue to pop off like that. Discord Orb and a lot of damage onto Clairvoyant. They grab the Mega, but they're stuck in this room. Need an accretion rock, and Alino decides to turn their attention out to Cabby. This gives some room for Clairvoyant to escape and move back onto the point, and it's a bit of a stalemate here for the moment.
Well, we're going to see when they decide to finally let loose with this Gravitic Flux. I think that you're waiting for, well, they let the Dragons go, and it does get Senchu on the end. It pulls the Transcendence out, so now this is going to be a free grab.
Oh, unfortunate. Clairvoyant finally decides to let loose with the Flux. Olino, 86% to their second one, by the way. Olino's going to get topped off. Nice use of the Kinetic Grasp. They got some bonus shielding here, but Redbird Academy are still down Sinchu. Now they're down Vintage as well. And Redbird Academy seem to have just gotten stalled out 2 meters shy of picking up point A because Iggy is just killing everybody.
I mean, this is what the power of a Sigma will do for you. It will allow you to take the space that you need. And Iggy getting very, very aggressive there. It takes Olino down. Let's go!
Iggy gets 4. Iggy, give me another one. Come on. You know you got one in you.
You got it. Oh, wait. M-I-Z-Z-O-U. There we go. I forgot that I was going to do that.
There you go.
Well,
you cursed him, Billy. You cursed him. All right, Iggy got rest. Mizzou at full strength. 7 seconds on the clock. Nobody from Redbird to really ideal move in and touch. Dragons out. Iggy's gone. Immortality Field used from Redbird, and they lose Goose to Iggy. Oh, no, from the grave. Iggy gets a kill with the Venom Mine. Goose is out. Zinchu is gone. Alino desperately trying to push this over the line. Pit Angeli will not get that res. Vintage is still here with sights down range, and it takes to overtime, but Redbird get the job done.
They do. I mean, it was a last second, the 11th and a half hour there, and they finally do get it pushed through. And I tell you what, I mean, the work being done by both of these teams, the 2 supports are totally owning the lobby right now. I don't care how good the DPS are doing. These 2 supports squads are keeping their teams in fights that they have no business being in. We're going to see it, come to fruition once again. I mean, Angeli has gone in for some of these strangest and scariest reses that I have seen in quite some time.
Tommy Salami splits Goose off with the Dragons, able to find that kill. Falls up with a kill on a vintage as well. Tommy Salami looking to take over +1 to Mizzou. Century still holding out here as our Sigmas are right up in each other's face, dancing around this pole. Eleno looking to be getting the raw end of this deal as Caddy is going to burn him down. I think he returns to the fight and Mizzou stabilize.
Good lord. Just the carnage back and forth is exactly what we wanted to see here, and we are getting treated to a wonderful show here from both the snipers. The tank play is phenomenal. The support play is incredible. The Hanzos are popping off. I mean, everybody is doing their job here, and this is what we really wanted to see.
Dual sights out. Goose had to use the immortality field about 5 seconds ago on themselves. And yep, there you go. They're taken down. They did not have that cooldown they needed to protect themselves and maximize value from the Amp Matrix. And Mizzou Esports are picking Redbird Academy apart as they try to come up this string.
It's the exit kill there, 45 seconds of the clock. Lots of time now for them to have to get back. And icky.
Gorgeous.
Just disgusting. That is a lovely angle there. Nice little Venom Mine there as well. And I mean, coming into this fight, I mean, you've got the Transcendence to hold off against Clairvoyance, Gravitic Flux, but if Maybane gets picked out again, I mean, this is going to be an easy fight.
Oh, that was almost the ding. That one clipped the shield. Maybane under
There it is!
pressure, and Iggy finds it! Oh, that is a big old ding of a headshot. No Transcendence for you, Redbird. They limp into this final fight with barely a limb of a prayer. And that will be quickly taken away as Mizzou Esports stand tall at the top of the, what do you call it?
It's a chicane.
The chicane. Thank you very much. There you go.
It is a chicane corner for those of you that are fans of racing. It's a quick hairpin turn that turns itself back around, and I love chicanes. They are very fun to watch. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. We've had a little bit of a tactical pause coming in here once again, and we'll see. We will see.
Did you just chicane the word again? What's that?
You know what? You were the second caster today to hit me because I'm tired and my Canadian vowels come out sometimes. And you've done it again. Tugboat did this to me earlier. Now you. I mean, I don't hit you every time you say y'all. Come on.
Oh.
Jeez.
You know what? You have my permission. You can hit me anytime I sound Texan and I come out with a y'all. You are welcome to Ribby 4. I'm born and raised in Dallas, all right? Like, I don't have a super thick Texas accent, but every once in a while one will come out. But with that said, I am totally going to harass you about a gain. There's no escaping that one.
So, Jeff will be doing the rest of the cast tonight by himself. I expect the same thing coming out, though. I expect the same thing coming out from both sides. I mean, this was a knockdown, what you call it, a slobber knocker. Yeah, this was a fisticuffs match here. No quarter taken by other team, and well, we're gonna see the same things coming out. And Goose is actually gonna echo the Mercy this time, and I think that res from Ping An Shuli really did have a lot to do with how well Mizzou stood up to the pressure. Especially, long range shots. Yeah, they're great, but if you can res it up, I mean, it's great. It gets you ult charge, but it's an immediate back into the fight. So, I mean, we saw those times where Iggy was able to click 3 heads and no res available. Well, this time it's going to be a little bit different for them. So, I'll take a look and see what Mizzou got.
I mean, you give up that Discord orb, and I felt like Maymane was having some great impact with the Zenyatta.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly on defense, Discord can kind of keep particularly the opposing tank from closing some distance. So we'll see how the swap works out for Redbird as they move on to the defense.
I love this, that they're going to try and take the high ground immediately while letting the rest of the team rest forward. Now, the problem with this is that the shield is there, and it's going to force a little bit of a retreat there. There you go. There's the immediate impact of Clairvoyant going forward so readily. Vintage ×2.
Mizzou was trying to respond. Iggy really wanted that one, but you can see Clairvoyant health bar is very low there at the top left-hand corner of your screen and just has to back up around this corner as Mizzou wait for the 2 players to respawn.
Yeah, they still have, a pretty good push there off of that first amount there. I mean, Redbird gave up a lot of...
Third time's a charm.
Yep. Hey, the least they can do it, I can't do the grapple shot to save my life. And, well, Vintage can. Vintage!
Iggy! Iggy! Oh, no! Iggy swings super wide. Vintage picks him off. Ping Angeli goes in to try to res. Vintage picks him off. Oh, that is just that beautiful red dot at the top right corner of your screen. Oh, so satisfying.
Okay, so, hear me out here. Winston, to get on top of the snipers and throw a bubble down to prevent the shots going through at the beginning. This might be a way for them to get out or go with the Diva and get on top of the Widowmaker in that sense, because right now, Vintage is just feeling completely unharassed right now.
Well, I will tell you the problem with either of those options is you have to use your cooldowns to get in, and you have no escape. You will get burned down in the 6 seconds you're waiting for a Winston jump to come back. Hanzo and a Sigma will absolutely melt a Winston. So its options are really limited. And it's the pathing from Clairvoyant here is a really good approach. I liked that strategy as an alternative to try to close the gap on these snipers. Moving up to that high ground again, it just eventually gets whittled down there. Yeah, it just didn't have much health. And Sinchu just has a firing range down across this crosswalk. And nobody's getting up here without paying the toll to Sinchu.
I mean, the Gravitic Flux came out and was immediately murdered. And they're going to stick with this Sigma here.
Did.
So, I mean, Sencho too good there. And, I mean, they've got a 5-pack of ultimates in this next fight. I mean, really, it's going to take a body shot now coming out of Vintage. And we don't have to worry about body shots because they've been clicking heads all night here in Monaco.
Not just Monaco, but in Blizzard World as well. And they're going to continue that trend as they get the better end of the deal with Iggy. Iggy will get rezzed. That's one of those bold rezzes you were talking about. That was right out in the middle. Ping Angeli is able to get this one off, unlike last time. So Mizzou Esports, no waiting around. And they're running out of time. As you heard a fan say, we're right at the 1 minute mark. Sights up for both of our squads, but Iggy gets taken down as it's Sinchu who wins it out. Long range arrow to cancel the sights and gets the kill on Atami Salami as well.
This is going from bad to worse for Mizzou, and I mean, they're going to have to come out with something here different. They've got 38 seconds left. They have the Bastion now.
Sinchu
has lit it up as well by friend Vintage getting another kill onto Clairvoyant. So, I mean, I think it's time to bring out the mobility and just, throw caution to the wind, because otherwise you're going to lose anyways.
Yeah, Iggy going over to a Bastion here, which is struggles against long-range DPS at times. You can see Iggy's just desperately trying to pour shots up there, but what do you do with a Hanzo and a Widowmaker? He's got that angle on you. It's so tough. Main is the one to actually get the kill on Iggy, and Mizzou Esports are just sweating with desperation here in the final moments, as it looks like they're able to close the gap and get a touch. Ping Angeli using the Valkyrie to do so. Clairvoyant in deep behind Redbird Academy lines. Academy's going to fall as they're not able to make that same approach. Dragons don't do a whole lot to split up Redbird Academy. They do not look threatened at all. This is a comfy defense. Main goes down. Goose falls as well. No more supports here. But Sinchu cleans up with the Dragons. A moment of hope quickly dashed by Sinchu, and Redbird Academy clean up, completing the 3-0 sweep.
Oh, man, but wasn't it entertaining, Jeff? Wasn't it entertaining? Are you not entertained?
I am entertained.
I am completely entertained. I mean, this was a fantastic series.
Entertained, yeah.
I'm completely entertained. I'm having so much fun with this, and I mean, they were having fun too. The snipers on full display here, my friend, and they just got so much. God, Sencho. I mean, the Icky and Vintage show was good. Tommy, good. But the Senchu, the side bill there was even better. And Tommy Salami, you get to mention a third too there, because they were hitting some pretty good shots as well. But Senchu really kind of giving that secondary sniper fire and really backing up Vintage when they weren't hitting those shots. You saw Senchu coming through and really taking care of that in that respect. And the swap over from Main over onto the Baptiste, and then you have the Mercy out there as well. The res was a huge key to them being able to hold there. So I mean, wonderfully measured there by Redbird Academy. And that, you know what? they go to 3-4 on our season.
Yeah, picking up their first really earned win of the season and looking outstanding in the process. Can't speak to exactly how they looked in all 6 of our previous weeks, but I feel like this is some growth that we have seen here because Redbird looked organized. They were clicking their shots. They were gelling. They were all behaving as one cohesive unit, and that's exactly what you love to see. And then that's what it takes to win games here in the Legends division.
Yep, and I mean we're done with the Legends division now. But coming up next, we are going to have California State University, Long Beach, up against the University of New Mexico Lobos. I've had a chance to class them a couple of times here in different competitions, and I tell you what, they had a pretty stunning loss the other night, last night to the Utah State. So they're looking to get themselves back into winning ways here up against the California State University Long Beach team here in the Champions Pacific Frontier Division. Jeff, this is going to be, I think, a really close match. We'll see how the Lobos do.
Yeah, I'm going to give New Mexico the edge on this one. Just on paper, a little transitive property. I think New Mexico should be the favorites going into this matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. Cal State out of Long Beach. Maybe this is their chance. Maybe now is when they come up and find their rhythm, find their groove. We just saw it happen with Redbird Academy. It could absolutely happen to the beach when we come back with our final match of the night. It will be a little bit of an extended break, so feel free to go grab a snack, but don't go too far. Keep this page up, and when we return, we'll have your final match. We'll see you then. Hey, we're back, friends. You thought we had left. No, we have returned. We are here for our third and final match here in Week 7 for some NECC Overwatch. My name's Jeff. That's Billy. We've got Overwatch coming up. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who's taking to the battlefield now?
Cal State, Long Beach versus the University of New Mexico Lobos in a Champions-Pacific Frontier matchup. Lobos coming in 3-2. CSULB coming in 1-5. And that one win was unfortunately on the back of a forfeit. So let's be honest. This is probably going to be one-way traffic here between these two teams. But you know what? Overwatch can happen. And you know what? It doesn't really matter until we get the people out on to the field of battle to see how these two teams are going to stack up against each other. Now, if I'm looking at the head-to-heads, where they've gone between each other, CSULB losing 0-3 in the first week to MSOE Red and UNM Lobos. They beat those MSOE Red team 3-0 in week 4. So there might be a bit of a skill gap here.
Yeah, no, there is definitely one thing that is absolutely 100% true that you said. I mean, more than one thing, but we will see some Overwatch. Of that, there is 100% certainty.
Happy. I mean, I'm always happy to see Overwatch, and take a look at where we're gonna go today. Well, here's our look at the rosters. Hey!
Rosters.
I mean, yeah, this is who we got coming out here: Internal, Abandoned, Squid, Staloon, and Dej.
Yeah, we're gonna call. Yeah, we were instructed that the preferential. What am I trying to say? The preferential pronunciation. Is Dej. So we'll just go with Dej.
Be going with that because I am not going to ruin this person's name.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, we got a nursing major there, a lot of engineering people here for the Lobos. Kurama Sean, Glucose, Keygator, and Brighthammer. And the only reason why I know Glucose is because I got it right the other day, and they confirmed it in chat on Esports U. So, I guessed it out of nowhere. It is in fact Glucose.
Okay. I mean, they actually just have C6 written down as their pronunciation. And also Shan. Not Sean. It is Shan. Your business administrator, the senior here. Shan will be playing support here for the Lobos today. Trying to keep them alive, trying to escort them into win number 4 here in week number 7. Oh, I don't know. Do we have maps? We have maps ready? I'm not sure. All right. Hey, you get our smiling faces back on your screen. There you go.
That
was us smiling. That was a great smile break.
I got a chance to, like I said, I got a chance to see the Lobos up against Utah State. It was 2 days ago on Monday. They were fighting for the final spot in the Mountain West Conference out there. Out to the west, and they did lose 3-1, but it was a lot closer than what it seemed. And Faraday was their tank, and they're listed on the roster. Definitely has some good skill set. So maybe Brighthammer is going to play the first map and then come in for Faraday. Maybe Faraday's not even available today. We'll see. But I mean, the rest of the team is definitely who I saw the other day, Shan being one of them, Kurama and Keygator. I have some notes on them. I mean, Keygator was somebody that really popped off for them. They had a good sojourn, and I was really impressed with how they were able to push around and find heads with that charged rail shot. So I think that, they definitely have a leg up on the competition here, but I haven't had a chance to see Long Beach yet. So we'll see how this is going to shake down because, after a loss like that, which was so important to them, there may be a little bit of hangover from that series that they had up against Utah State on Monday.
And I will say, I mean, I'm not sure that it's going to matter enough here. Lobos were one map away from winning on both of their 2 losses, so one map away in 2 separate games, and they'd be at 5-0 right now. So just despite suffering a loss earlier this week, Lobos are still at least the favorites in my book. So we'll see. It can always take a toll on the mental. That's the most important part of competing, right? Doesn't matter which title you're competing in, but maintaining a good mental and a strong mental day in day out, map in and map out, is the most important aspect. I've always talked about heart. Heart, I think, is the best quality you can have as a competitor.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that as well. That's why I think there might be a slight hangover from that, and we'll see if it actually comes to fruition, or if these are just the gamers, and they're used to the grind anyway. So we'll see how this is actually going to turn out. But looking for our first map here, it's going to be Control, like always, and we're going to start out on Lijiang Tower. No surprises there. We had it earlier this evening for our first series. We're going to have it for the last series of the night as well.
Oh, good old Lijiang Tower. The most played control map in the history of Overwatch, no doubt. Particularly on an official level. I'm not talking about your ranked games here, but in competitive play where people get to choose maps, Lijiang Tower, very popular choice. And one where I feel like it's just kind of an even playing field. It's kind of like the benefit of King's Row. Everybody is well rehearsed on this map.
Sure. Seeing it also gives you a chance to go in comfortable and be able to, kind of warm yourself into a game. I know that they've been probably warming up for the past hour and a half, 2 hours, but getting yourself into a map that's just so comfortable, and you know what you're going to do. It's almost like rehearsed. You have your plan already set in place. How you're going to do each phase of each map, how you're going to recontest should you lose the point. You've already got this all worked out. It's basically a playlist, and you're just going to go through your order of operations till we get a winner. So we'll see the compositions. That's going to be the real wild card for us, is what kind of compositions are going to come out here for both squads. For the Lobos, they're sitting pretty good right now in the Pacific Frontier Division. They are 3-2. Definitely want to get themselves another win, keep themselves above that 500. Actually put them on 66%. And that's a great winning percentage here for the NECC. They're looking for hardware towards the end of the season, Jeff. And this is a fantastic title to take. And they're ready to battle it out here. So the Lobos definitely looking like they're going to come out here. Karama looks like they are going to be on the tank right now. We did see some swapping up happen the other night too. There was some role changes that happened. So E-Gator, like I said, the Sojourn was extremely cleaned. Definitely be looking towards this gamer to really take control of the lobby.
3, 2, 1.
With a win in this series, Lobos would move up a rank. Still the 5th seed away. As our final match of the night has begun. Doors are open. Control Center, our first sub-map to kick it off here for this Champions Division matchup. Wrecking Ball taking on a Zarya. Interesting choice out of Kurama. Don't see a lot of Zarya in the meta these days, but strong Zarya can certainly put out a lot of damage and force Cal State to think twice about how they approach.
They will get charged up. They had just so much work done on Kings Row. Is the map that they won the other night against Utah State, and it was pretty emphatic from the Zarya. Kurama does a fantastic job on this thing, so we will see how this is going to go through. It's going to be first progress over here to the Lobos, and Ultimates really going up here for the Lobos. All of them above 25% here as they push through. So this is going to be, how do CSU get themselves onto the point?
That was close to being a contest there from Staloon. Unfortunately, not quite able to get their time. So throughout this entire battle, Lobos are building up percentage. And Cal State, they have to move on to this point. The Lobos are perfectly comfortable just sitting here and firing shots down range towards the high ground. Dedge is going to take Brighthammer out after a little distraction from Staloon, and it's just the opening that the beach needed. Now they're able to move in, find Glucose as well on the Baptiste. Staloon's going to fall in this process, but Long Beach do still have the edge, and with that pulse landing, Cal State should be able to steal this point away.
Nice clean up there coming through from all members concerned. Now, Transcendence, pretty darn close here for Abandon, 90% already to that The grab. The grab is going to be where I look to see how they engage on this. And Brighthammer, forgoing the Hanzo, now have brought out capacity. So I think that you're looking for magnetic grenade onto the Tracer. Squid has been a thorn in their side, and you've seen it time and time again.
Early kill. I think it's just going to force a reset. Okay, or C6 can just run in and die. That works as well. Stallone's just got to go kill everybody. All right, there you go. Well done. Nice job, Long Beach.
I mean, right now for Lobos, I mean, Lucas is going to have to land these sleeps, going to have to land these antis, and they're going to have to focus the target down. So, I mean, Deadeye and the Transcendence ready to go here for CSU. You know, they have lots on the gate. They just need to be able to push onto the point and withstand the pressure coming from Saloon.
Squid down to 10 health. This is the Graviton Surge is going to come out and hold Saloon in place. Bio is there. Saloon at 50 health is able to roll out of there. Finds the healing, grabs a Mega. And even with the Graviton Surge investment, the Lobos cannot take Stalloon down. Now it's going to be the overclock. That's going to find Squid. As Kikator was keeping this high ground under control with that faded Dej. Now Farina pop this Deadeye. Looking for that skull under Kurama. Kurama grabs safety at just the last moment. Edging over. The bubble comes out in time, but that's only going to last so long. And overwhelming pressure eventually puts Kurama back into the spot.
Yep, and I mean, this has been pretty comprehensive here from CSU. The gold squad here getting the work done. Now Deadeye ready to go here. This is a different team that I'm looking at. This is not the same engagement that I saw coming out on Monday night. So, Keygator not getting the same value that we saw the other night.
Crown swapping over to the Doom Fist. Mines coming out directly here from Stalloon. Trying to lock down Bridehammer and does. Kurama finds both supports in the back though while this is happening. Shan runs into some mines. But Kurama continues their reign of terror. There's number 3. Charged up punch doesn't land. Squid very low. Kurama's going to finish them off. There's number 4. And the Doomfist of the Lobos single-handedly, one giant hand as a matter of fact, kept them in the submap.
I mean, they've got to have Saloon wrapped out here as well. So, I mean, engagement as it comes in, charging up that empowered punch, they're going to be looking for an assassination in the back, and they've got to get out of jail free card.
That's going to get out of the server for free. Back on out of there. Got a little hot in the server room. It tends to do. Not enough fans. Coming out. Didn't like that meteor, or didn't like that punch. Going to land the meteor strike. Finds Dej on the back of it. Quick punch into the wall and a couple wrist cannons, and they are gone and out of there. Stalloon able to pop the shields, moves back to the point, and not looking too worse for wear, but Squid dies on the approach. Oh, Stalloon knocks 2 off! Both supports falls. The Wrecking Ball sends them to the street below. And just like that, with the snap of the fingers, Stalloon has come in and just wrestled this point away from the Lobos.
You do not see environmental kills very often on this map, and there is a beautiful existence there for them. And, well, now it's going to be about them touching and getting the contested. Well, that's not going to happen from the Moira. We'll see how they work through. We've got to swap over to the Moira or to the Sombra. That should just about do it, Jeff. This should be cleaned up on Owl 5 here for CSU, and they're going to take the first sub map, 191%, on the back of some serious hero plays coming from Stalloon. Really, they didn't have an answer for the ball. They did until they didn't, and I mean, taking down both your supports there at the same time with one environmental kill. It's going to have to be something that's in the back of their mind as they approach Gardens here, Jeff. As, you know, this is Environmental City.
Oh yeah, every time Shannon and C6 are crossing the bridge, they are just head on a swivel, looking at all directions, paranoid that Stalloon is going to come flying in from the heavens and just knock them right off the map.
Well, we will see how this goes. Era, great counter. We'll see if they're going to be able to get any work done with it. I mean, once you get going on the ball, point presence is going to be there. So now, you know, in a ball versus Doomfist, I'm generally going to take the Doomfist in this situation, especially with an anti like that.
That ball's trying to get out of there. Not even the hack is stopping Stalloon as they go roll it off to the Mega. Rest of Long Beach are stuck in White Room at the moment. which has allowed Lobos some point presence, and they'll grab first control. It looks like Saloon's trying to come in. Got hacked on the way in. Not going to be able to stop the cap. Squid is able to take Karama out of this fight, though. So the rest of Long Beach are moving in from White Room now, getting some point position of their own. In fact, getting a cap of their own. Saloon taking Shan out of the fight. No more supports left for the Lobos.
Nope, I mean, this has been pretty comprehensive from CSU. I mean, they give over the first percentage, but then they coalesce there in White Room and bring themselves back in. So, I mean, this Bright Hammer choice on the Sombra definitely need to be able to focus down the Wrecking Ball once you get the manual hack in. Then get the heck out of Dodge.
I meant to do that.
Yeah, the hack was there, but not able to finish them off. On the other side, it's Eternal who finds a kill onto the tank. And Lobos who are struggling to keep Karama alive on these engagements.
I'm telling you, there might be a hangover here for the University of New Mexico. It was a very hard fought series that I saw on Monday, and I'm seeing a little bit of that hangover right now.
I'm going in the back, and I think Lobos want control of Dojo. Yeah, they're able to get both supports. In fact, it's Keygator who come up with the 2 kills onto the back line this time. Does eventually find some revenge. Oh, yeah, nice move. Karama bailing out Shan, helping them get back up onto safe ground. Oh, as any good tank should. Always looking out for the Mercy. Now Shan's going to pop the Valkyrie. Let's see if Lobos' dedication to their team is rewarded. Karama lands that big right hook, flattens Squid up against the wall. Lobos have 3 on the point. Keygator coming in from the outside with the barrage. Doesn't get the conch blast the way they wanted. Kind of botched that one a little bit, but eventually does get the barrage out. That's ready for it though, and that ends up being a press cue to go back to spawn. Saloon meanwhile on the objectives, throwing down some mines. And Lobos struggling here, never able to grab the cap on this point.
Nope, no, this has just been a great test here. Saloon getting a lot of the work done and working up those mines. You know, that's just danger, Will Robinson for them to get in. And there's your main healer going down now. Overtime, 7% counting. They get a touch from Karama, but I'm not sure how long this is going to last.
Cal State University Long Beach have only won 1 map coming into today, and they are moments away from putting a second up on the board. Karama's already out of this fight. Only 3 players left here for the Lobos. No ults to speak of. EMP did not get the job done. Long Beach coming out on top as they make a big statement here in map 1.
That's a massive statement here in the Pacific Frontier region. And man, I think Karama was getting the work done on the Doomfist, but the follow-up just wasn't there. I love that one punch intro, by the way. You know what? And it was a payback. It was actually payback there from Karama, or from the ball player here for CSU, getting the payback from Karama taking both their supports down.
So it was.
It was payback. It came back full circle. It's a circle of life here on Lijiang Tower. And against all odds, CSULB, Long Beach coming through with the first map win. I did not have that on my bingo board.
It moves us all, Billy. It moves us all. That was a heck of a performance. And the Wrecking Ball looking really clean. And we saw some adjustments. We saw Lobos try to change it up and see if they can counter it, but just never quite found the right answer. Pulling out the Sombra, pulling out the Pharah that the Wrecking Ball has a hard time getting up to, utilizing the Doom Fist. Just nothing worked for the Lobos. Even swap it to a Moira there once we go over to Gardens, and they never found a solid solution against that Wrecking Ball.
Nope. And I mean, they struggled against the Wrecking Ball on Sunday too, or on Monday as well. So, that might be something that CSU leans into here. Keygator just didn't have enough of an impact that we saw. That's what I was really leaning into was, what I saw on Monday was the fact that Keygator was able to turn fights on their dime with that Sojourn and just wasn't able to get it done today here so far. But you know what? We still got at least 2 more maps, Jeff, and I think that, once we get into more familiar surroundings, the payload or the point maps here, we'll see how this is going to go, because I think that they've got a lot more to say. Maybe they're just a little bit not warmed up. Maybe we've got some substitutions coming in. I mean, I'm still looking to see Faraday come in if they're available, because they were a big part of why this contest that was on Monday was so close.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Gator and see if they can have that same impact as we continue through this series. I will say, Lijiang Tower and control maps in general, very strong for Wrecking Ball and those kind of compositions. As we're taking a look, we are going to see Faraday come into this matchup. So the sophomore will be most likely picking up the tank role, and Key Gator moving over to the role of DPS. At least that's what they have listed here for the information we have. So that's what I'm expecting moving forward. But back to my other point, when we see Key Gator, if we see Key Gator go on to a sojourn here as we're moving into our hybrid maps, those kind of sight lines really benefit a Sojourn more, where a Sojourn can struggle in the chaos that is control. Players always, coming at you from different directions, always having to rotate, constantly moving around. In a payload style map, I feel like there's a lot more of, I can just set up my sight lines here, I can protect these angles and hold this space, and benefits the Sojourn a little bit more than control maps do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, using the disruptor shot as well to be able to, get that little bit of pickle damage going in as well. You're looking for that one-shot potential, at least to chunk down somebody almost on the brink of death, and letting the rest of the team go in and clean it up. So, Faraday will be coming in, and I think that Kurama will probably go back to the DPS role, which is where I think I remember seeing them from. Now, Shan didn't get a lot done. We saw one environmental kill, and then Glucose, or C6, if you want to call him that. They just seemed a little bit out of sync with the rest of the team. They weren't moving as a 5-man unit, and that's kind of the danger of running with the Doomfist, is that the LOS is gone so quickly because of the pouch or because of the punch and the tech that gets you into the back line. You do the 180 with the seismic slam that goes back into the opposition team, then you come back through. It's really hard to keep a Doomfist up. So I want to see a little bit of adaptation here come through from them. I mean, the Zarya that I saw on Monday was disgusting. I mean, 3 grabs on their attack phase. One of them was a 3-man grab that they just blew everybody up. They were 100 charge. It was disgusting in the most beautiful way. Love to see Zarya play. I love Zarya. So we'll see where we head to next.
Yeah, Kurama just wasn't getting the charge that they needed playing the Zarya. It was a highly immobile comp on the other side. So they're just aside, I guess a Cassidy would have been the only thing that could have really put damage out on the Zarya bubbles. And there was just some good discipline coming out from Long Beach. They weren't putting unnecessary damage on the bubbles, giving senseless charge over to Kurama. So they just struggled to get above 25 charge. I think that's kind of what initiated the swap in the first place. Again, might see more value going into different style of game types, but certainly did not find it there on Control Center.
No, and Hybrid is going to be our next map type. And, we got to get a surprise here as we take a look at our map here. It's going to be Midtown. It's not Kings Row. We have gone a whole night, at least for me and you, a whole night without seeing Kings Row. And, I mean, this is an interesting choice coming out from the Lobos. Are they going to run the Sigma here? Are they going to run Reinhardt here? Are they going to run the Zarya here? Zarya can actually work pretty darn good on Midtown as long as you're able to stay healthy and keep that charge going. I mean, if you all cast your minds back to when the beta came out, Zarya was the choice of a lot of the higher tier players here on Midtown. It was Sigma, and it was Zarya. So we'll see if they're going to continue in the Zarya vein, or if we're going to go with Doomfist, or if we've got something else up their sleeve.
Only time will tell. I'm anxious to find out. We'll see what streaks they have for him. What is that? Planet Earth is my home.
Yes.
Good to know, Dej. Good to know.
Thank you, Dej.
Hey, we learn something about our players every day, Billy.
I mean, I'm looking at their name backwards, and it says Shank Jed.
It does say Shank Jed.
Who's Jed, and why are we shanking this poor soul? Moving on, Faraday does come in, and the Reinhardt battle is going to be something that I cannot wait. Their matchup on Esperanza, map number 4, Monday night, was an epic blow-for-blow encounter that had me coming out of my seat. It was so good. Faraday is very well disciplined. Landed one fat shatter. I remember it was like a 4-man shatter that came off the top. the top rail there, as your little archways there after the first capture of TS1, just surprised and jump scared me.
We do have Lobos here on the defense. We'll get those names fixed up top for you shortly, but don't be fooled. New Mexico in the blue right now, trying to hold off Long Beach as they move forward here with the wrecking ball composition. Staloon not making any changes here, moving in map 2.
Well, I mean, Faraday in here provides some really good stability here, and now we see Kurama back in their traditional DPS role. They will play the hit scans here for this map. Keygator is a flex DPS, but I really was impressed with their Sojourner and the other night. But you know what? Maybe the Torb is a way to deal with the ball and getting that molten core, not allowing the ball to have as much space as they want. This is what I'm talking about. Faraday definitely understands the way to play Reinhardt, and it's a treat to watch.
And right now it's just blocking entry here for Long Beach. Long Beach, you know, they want to go through alley. Faraday is there to block, and they try to go rotate back around and come up Main Street. Faraday just steps right out, puts up that big giant square, and makes their presence a giant speed bump, a wall in the way for the approach of Long Beach. So Long Beach rotate up. Looks like they're going to try to go through Subway. I would not advise that. I would not advise going into the tiny corridor against the Reinhardt. Most certainly.
No, and I mean, what they're looking for is this pincher movement. They're looking for Staloon to get on top of the backside and then push through with the other side and collapse on everybody inside of this subway. But now they're very aware to this, and Molten Core is almost online here, Jeff. So great placement of the turret there. I didn't know you could throw it up there.
That was cool placement. Theater putting a lot of shots. Yeah, I'm about to say, that's going to kill Squid, too. Landing him true. Now has a Molten Core ready to go. Grama rolling out of there as they were overextended ever so slightly and got the heck out of Dodge.
Better placement, better positioning. They've got their main tank player, or their tank player that they normally have here online. Now, Staloon is not getting the same amount of work done that we saw on Control Center, and I think that has to do, A, with the Torbjorn, with those turrets, constantly putting them under pressure. And the second part is the fact that, you know, we are looking at Faraday. Every time there's a check, you're looking at the rotation coming back from them and really taking it to them. They've almost, you know, stopped deciding that, you know, Staloon's going to be a problem. They're just going to leave it to Keygator here. They're going to take care of this pesky wrecking ball.
And not even looking to kill Staloon, but just keep him out of the fight. I mean, if you can get the kill, all the better. They're certainly happy with that. And this frees up Keygator to move forward, throw this Molten Core on the front line. All guns placing forward here for the defense of the Lobos. We are still, we're into a little bit of tech issue getting the name swap apparently, but just a reminder, Lobos on defense here. Kurama picking up Abandon, no Transcendence in this fight, less than a minute to go.
Yep, I mean, this is exactly what they needed. They needed a really dominant performance coming out here from their tank player. Like I said, now they've got their full 5. I mean, you know, I thought we had a little bit of a hangover going on here. Well, that hangover is cured. They got some greasy food in their stomachs here in the interim, and, well, now they're going to be able to hold forward. And, I mean, this Shatter, depending on how Staloon goes in, if they try to do a ground power drive in, it's going to be all over.
Kurama was looking for a cheeky Deadeye up there, but gets absolutely found out. As Long Beach thought about moving through the top and has forced Lobos back. Yeah, Long Beach go ahead and they move through the subway car. Saloon on to the point. Rally pop for the Lobos. Deadeye as well. Trying to expend everything in their bank here to move on. It's their last chance. 5 seconds on the clock. And Long Beach have to do something moving on at this point. They will eventually find Faraday and Keygator. Kurama turns on the outside, picks up 1 with the Deadeye, picks up 2, pops the head of Squid, an exquisite shot, lands that magnetic grenade, and Abandon is below half health. Starting to get topped off, slam in from Staloon. Abandon eventually goes down, Kurama's able to get that one too. Somehow, Lobos are holding on to this point. They just need about 10% more. Finally, Kurama drops, but guess what? Faraday is here to pick up the slack, to slam you all on your backs and send Long Beach packing here. Still not quite done as both teams are petering onto this objective. Eventually, that overtime work will go down as Staloon was pixels away from keeping it alive.
I mean, what a hold there, and what a turnaround from the Control to the Hybrid now. And like I said, it's all about who you're comfortable with and who you're used to playing with. And Faraday, for some reason, wasn't available for map number 1, but they are here, and they are here in big force for the Lobos as they look at their attack phase now. And CSU, I mean, they've got to be thinking, what do we do to get around the front line of Lobos? I mean, Lobos really holding a very strong front. That Torbjorn got so much value, and I was kind of worried a little bit.
Holy cow.
It really did. I mean, not only with the turret, but I mean, the direct shots into the heads. I mean, we saw quite a few kills come through with that red dot onto Dej in particular. Squid got picked out once with the rivet gun as well. So, I mean, for Lobos right now, they're going to need a little bit more of a sustain. This Brigitte and Zen backline is going to be punished, especially if Kurama can land what is going to be now some dynamite. I mean, it's going to pull resources, it's going to pull cooldowns, and you know they're going to be able to push in the back of that.
Yeah, Lobo's favoring a bit of utility and damage here over just raw heal output. Particularly going into Reinhardt. Brig into Ryan is such a tough matchup. Internal really just needs to keep their distance. You might think as a Brig player wants to get up close, wants to be in the thick of things. Not in this case. Internal wants to stay as far away from Faraday as humanly possible.
I mean, it's just, you know, it's one bad situation to the next. I mean, they're going to take the subway here and rotate around, and they're just going to deny this entire under area under the bridge. And I mean, a charge could really set this map into their favor.
Interesting defensive placement. Great sleep. I mean, it was a very large wrecking ball rolling directly at you. And C6, Glucose able to handle that one masterfully. It was an interesting defensive setup as the rest of Long Beach, we're sitting up on the high ground. It looks like they sent Squid down to contest point here. But Squid's got a turret to deal with as well as the remaining members of the Lobos. Here comes Faraday to clean out what was up top. Just forces everybody right back down. A nice attempt here. The Lobos are all over it. They make the read necessary, and they just flush out Long Beach from their little hidey holes. There should be a cap coming through. Good stall. All right, there it is.
Yep, that'll do it. I mean, Bob will be available with a couple of headshots. This should be the entirety of this match here, going towards UNO, and we're gonna have a tie series here after 2 maps.
We'll get a little contest at the end, but the Lobos are set up for it. They're prepared. Lobos strike back in Midtown. Great full hold. They do tie up the series.
I mean,
looks like that wrecking ball wasn't nearly as big a problem here in Midtown, Billy.
No, and I mean, putting people back on their normal roles will do a wonder for your composition. Also, you know, being able to control high ground and ferreting people out also is a wonderful thing as well. So, you know, the work was getting done. Kurama just owning the high ground there outside of Subway and just peppering shots in with the aim down sights and with the dynamite. I mean, forcing, once again, cooldowns out of Squid. And, you know, that's why we are sitting on a 1-1 tied score now.
Hey, it's, you know, better start than I think we expected here from Long Beach. New Mexico, certainly your favorites on paper. And, well, Cal State have proven that we are not to sell them short, as we are going to go into the break tied up. When we come back, map 3, it will be Escort. When we return, we'll see you in a minute. Well, after a strong start on Lijiang Tower, Long Beach fell a little short there in Midtown as they got full held, not able to completely cap point A, leaving an easy win con here for the UNM Lobos, which leaves us tied up here at halftime. Uh-oh.
Dang mute.
There you go.
Okay. Microphone muted. Yeah, we're going to head to our escort map now, as I forget to unmute my mic because my dog was barking. So Toby was having fun. Toby was having fun in the background. And
everybody's having fun tonight.
Everybody's having fun. This is a fun stream. We're all having fun. We're all family.
It warms the heart.
It does.
It warms the heart. I hope you're having fun at home too, friends, or wherever you may be watching and enjoying the stream.
Yeah. I mean, now we're going to have our escort map. And, well, you know what? We're going to some place that we don't get to see very often. But we're going to take a look at where we're going now. And that's going to be Junkatown. So happy.
Junkatown! It's the land of scrap and dust and heat and widowmakers.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if we get the battle here. It looks like we are. And Faraday's actually going to show us the Sigma here. And well, UNM, they're going to be on the attack here. So they want to set a stop. They want to set a line in the sand here that CSU is going to have to either meet or beat. And I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. Same composition coming out from CSU, other than a Dej on this Widowmaker. We're getting the same 4 here, so healing's going to be at a premium. But I mean, the mobility of Squid and Stalloon, they should be able to get to packs on their own. Taking a little peek out there, look at him crack that shield early.
Ooh, nice jump shot. Both Dej and Keygator 8 body shots. Neither able to get the final blow. Explosive start here, but amounts to about a hill of beans when it's all said and done. Dej does eventually find Keygator, able to land that headshot second time around. And then this prompts Squid to get aggressive, moving into the back, putting some damage onto the 2 supports. Jan so far doing a good job at just keeping that shield up and keeping Squid from being able to at least do too much damage to C6.
Well, I'm looking for Shatter. Shatter's going to have to be what really initiates this entire fight here. Otherwise, it's going to have to come to Keygator, who has gone back to the Torbjorn here. And Faraday starting to really take the space here. Now, Kurama showed us the Genji on Monday and had a 3K Dragon Blade that took my breath away. So we'll see how CSU are able to kind of counter this out. And you're going on top of this Widowmaker. Perfect dive.
Yeah, good heal though. Internal able to go up and drive Kurama back. There's just grapples to safety. Good teamwork out of Long Beach to protect their team. But they got to come out of their hiding hole at some point. You can't just stand up there, otherwise this car's just going to roll on in. Stalloon, knowing this, has to go contest. I think Squid is joining them on this point. But Faraday has some good reach with that big old hammer and lands it right onto Squid's body. Taking the Tracer out of this fight. Dej suffers the same fate. No more DPS here left for the defense of Long Beach. Lobos eventually going to get this door open.
I mean, the time to engage here had long passed. I mean, you were just looking for stall there. And I mean, Stalloon is just not able to play the same way that they were earlier today. And the fact is that Faraday is claiming so much space and not allowing these pile drivers to get the same amount of space. Oh my word, sticks to the shield and bye-bye glucose.
Good placement, but unfortunate turn of events there for Lobos. And that's a very important stick, really going to slow down this attack. I say that, Keygator finds Squid, but Lobos can't get too aggressive without their arm.
They really can't. I mean, Shan can pop the rally and give them the over armor there going into it. I mean, they have the Molten Core online. That is a lot of damage. Bye-bye to Abandon.
And they don't have to get aggressive. Lobos just throw one core all around their objective and a little bit on the high ground. It's enough. Kurama comes through to back up Faraday's Shatter, and boom, job's done.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about, the lack of healing, having to find the Megas, having to find these packs all around. I mean, Kurama's going to get get theirs in the end, I think. And well, there's not going to be any contest here. 0.75 meters, they finally touch the point.
Yeah, but it's just a lonely Tracer here trying to hold out against a giant German man. Faraday eventually is going to win that one out. Transcendence even invested as well. Oh, that one hurts. That one hurts.
I mean, for Shatter, you can pop it and keep the rest of your team alive. And now Faraday really starting to own the lobby, claiming space. Fire strikes are on point, and now you're going to look to hunt down Dej here on this Cassidy. Those grenades already out, but deflected back.
Yeah, Kurama's getting very deep. Yeah, did have that dash to get back up to high ground, but that could have ended a lot worse. One magnetic grenade, and Kurama would have been back at spawn.
Well, as it is, mines do come out on the point, and big anti-nade comes through, though.
Faraday able to clear out the mines. Just swinging across them. Could have used the shield if they really need to, but wanted to save that resource. Shield actually a very precious resource for your Reinhardt mains out there. Not to be thrown away or squandered. Saloon going into the back. Trying to get something done. Just not a lot of backup there. Squid's going to swap over to a Genji to try to help out, but isn't in this fight yet. Squid trying to catch up, but runs into some trouble on that high ground. Lobos, knowing Dej is here, are doing a good job of staying on the back side of the spinner and not giving away free sight lines, and it allowed them to put the damage onto Squid without exposing themselves to anything weak. Kurama, after getting the nano moves in, takes Dej down, has the blade, Katana's unsheathed, looking for support, slices through one. Abandon will eventually take them down, but 3 kills already. Key Gator's going to clean up what's left, and this cart's not stopping.
Nope, this card is not stopping him. He's going to take a last-second touch here from Stalloon. To get any kind of a contester, and that's not even going to happen. So 3:12 on the clock. The Lobos really putting their foot down, and that is a hell of a time bank here for the Lobos. CSU, I mean, you know, the support line is where I'm looking first. You can't keep running with this Brigitte and Zenyatta, especially when you just pop a Transcendence just to pop a Transcendence. I mean, it's becoming a little bit comical almost for me because they're just closing the gap and just swinging the hammer. Faraday not taking no for an answer. And, I mean, Dej has been, you know, really pleading for heals and has really been, you know, on the outside looking in as far as that. So, you know, if you stay with the same formula, you're going to get the same results.
I mean, Lobos never really got delayed at all. They seem to just be moving with cruise control through the entirety of the map. After picking up map point B, Faraday is all the way halfway around, and we see Kurama going deep into the spawn with that Dragon Blade with the nano to back him up. Lobos went full send, and there was no stopping them. Now taking to the defense. Long Beach have got to do something similar. And so far, they're showing us the same composition, Billy.
Well, I mean, have fun. That's really my best estimate here for them. I mean, tricky little placement there. Going to get a lot of ult charge off of that. They will spot it out, but I mean, the wall that'll come up from Kurama here is going to really cordon off any kind of progress coming out for them. And I mean, that's really where this is going to turn its head. Is how do they section people off? Well, there you go. Locks people into the spawn.
Dej making a swap on over to the Cassidy to try to break the spawn hold. Lobos just holding up in the shack. They can put a wall up and maintain the contest on this point. And it's up to Long Beach. They've got to move in and find a way to evict the Lobos out of their little base.
I mean, they've got so much sustain in this little small room. I mean, the healing orb is going to be beautiful. The pump damage coming in from Shan and the healing is going to be beautiful. And the Immortality Field, once that Tracer Pulse Bomb comes online, they can just throw Immortality out and they'll be fine.
Yeah, if we start getting into some ult cycles, Lobos are really going to start taking command of this. Kurama finding, though, falling, a really good sign here for Long Beach. They're able to pick off the strafe, find the vulnerability, and strike at the pressure point. And Lobos should be falling back now. Yeah, Faraday just ends up getting smashed down by Stalloon.
Well, we'll see how they're going to be able to recontest here. I mean, they should be able to get back pretty relatively fast. And we'll see if they're going to be able to make a better touch of this. I mean, they'll get at least 2 fights. But, I mean, a minute and a half has already gone. That's a huge icicle coming from Kurama straight to the dome of Squid.
That was an impressive shot. Well done, Karama. Well done. And it's exactly what Long Beach didn't want to see. Lobos are going to be able to move up and hold on this very precious corner. Long Beach really wanted to get out into the open where they can put more pressure onto the Reinhardt. Stallone able to get the mines out, can help control the corner. But Karama's Blizzard ate up most of it, but that was about all the good the Blizzard did. Long Beach are in a decent position here. Faraday's going to fall as the Dragons are thrown in from Dej. And Long Beach able to dance around the molten core for the most part. Dej taking a little bit of damage here, but Long Beach should be able to keep this part moving.
Well, I mean, minute 45 left. I mean, that is a big couple of ultimates that came out there, though. I mean, you put 3 into that fight. Yes, you have progress going, but you're going to have a recontest coming through here, and the Coalescence is going to start it.
Early aggression from Long Beach. They try to hold Lobos in the door, but with the Coalescence, Lobos are able to all move out safely. Karama has to ice block fairly early in this fight to go back to haunt him. Faraday 85 to shatter, and could just end this fight here if Long Beach aren't careful. Rally online for him. Long Beach taking their time on this approach. You see Stallone with the big pile drive there. I think just looking to get up these mines. Long Beach are being patient until they have the tools they need to push through. That's going to get the mines online. Here they go. And this is the go side for Long Beach. Everybody moves under the point in a heartbeat, but there's a sound barrier and an earth shatter there. Abandon and Internal, both very low, both eventually fall. Internal doesn't even get a chance to use that rally.
This is a very scrappy fight coming through here, and Faraday is way far ahead. And yep, tactical reset there with 38 seconds left to go here. You've got the rally. You got the pulse bomb ready to go. I think that Dej can get another Dragon Strike online. The problem is the approach. And Karama has been deadly with these icicles. You could theoretically build up to another Blizzard here, and that would spell the end here for CSU, and they'll be facing match point.
Unusual fire and ice comp from Lobos is just causing so many problems. All right, Stallone, step 1, take care of the turret. But you're down to less than 100 health, and we're 5 seconds away from OT. That touch was very early, so he's got to get to the point. Okay, OT has been initiated. It took Internal running out there to make that grab. Pops the rally in the process as well. Squid lands that stick, not going to get the kill on the back of it. Here comes the Blizzard over the point. Keygator's already got 2. Coalescence out, and Long Beach just running out of options here. Lobos will not let this cart go any further, and they will move up to match point.
I mean, that was very comprehensive out of the Lobos there. They lost 1 fight, and they were able to push forward through that. And, you know, the 1 pick that you saw at the beginning where they had the close hold, Karama going down, they did a soft reset. They get themselves back in the fight. I mean, Keygator has just been lighting it up today and just had a fantastic series so far. Definitely balm for the soul there, and the hammer kill goes through as well. So, I mean, you love to see them pull the hammer out there, but, I mean, as we head to push, this is where the rubber meets the road here for CSU. Long Beach have got to get themselves away from this Juniata and Brigitte back line. They are suffering for a lack of healing. The Discord Orb is not getting enough done. Transcendence didn't come out that I saw there on their attack phase during 4 minutes. I don't know what happened there, but the rally really wasn't enough to keep people alive either. So, you know what? I mean, the adaptability here from Lobos really on display. They're showing that they are respecting their opponent and really taking it to them.
Yeah, and now Long Beach are really got their backs up against the wall. So we'll see if we get any changes coming out and push. We'll see where exactly they want to take us. But either way, Lobos are in the driver's seat, and by quite a large margin. It was a full hold on Midtown and then another full hold there on Junkertown. So my advice would be for Long Beach to not go to any map with the word town in it. I think this has been their fatal flaw here, Billy.
Yep, and I just think that, you know, recognizing your win cons and recognizing compositions and making the adaptation to it, I think that's something that CSU really need to do here because while Stallone is getting kills, we've seen Dej, you know, have a couple moments where they're getting work done and Squid getting work done. It's not enough of it back to back to back for them to really move forward and get that steamroll going that you need, especially on a map like Junkertown, to get the train out of the gate and really push through the rest of the map. So, you know, like I said, I think the problem starts for them in their support line. And then, we need to see a little bit something different out of Staloon. I mean, maybe it's great for rank, but here in competitive environment, the Wrecking Ball can't be used on every single map. And we've seen Faraday swap tanks. We've seen them, be able to withstand the pressure coming in. The support has been there. I mean, times where Faraday should have gone down. Same thing that I saw on Monday night. The support line, them willing to swap heroes in response to the situation, like Shan coming out on the Lucio, builds up a very fast sound barrier. They were meters away from capturing point A. The sound barrier comes out. They turn the fight in their favor, and then it's all done from there. You see that everybody else build up their ultimates, and it's just easy selling after that.
So very true. So very true. And a lot more sustain there for the Lobos. I mean, playing a Reinhardt comp, that's as it should be. That's what you would expect. Mm-hmm. We've seen a lot more of the Baptiste, but it has. It's allowed them to just stick in one spot. They can hunker down and just heal up the damage coming in, and Long Beach haven't been able to overcome that amount of sustain. And that's, I don't know if it's just lack of focus fire, or I'm not exactly sure what to suggest on the change. I don't know if composition swap is what's in order. I mean, I'm sure they can make it work. I'm sure they can make the Wrecking Ball with the Briggs in. They can have success with that. They can find value with it, but the coordination wasn't quite as pinpoint as it needed to be. As we take a look at where we're headed here for our push map, we did get New Queen Street banned out by the Lobos, which means that Long Beach have chosen Coliseo.
I mean, this is a great map for a Wrecking Ball. It's also a great map for a Reinhardt. The linear, map, the linear nature of the payload of Timothy Smythe the First. I tell you what, a Shatter. There's no shielding, so if they're trying to contest the payload, Faraday has Shatter, and Staloon is off in Narnia trying to hit the back line. It's a Shatter. It's the focus fire that we're lacking from CSU. That we're going to see come through for the Lobos, and it's going to be an easy fight win for them.
Well, I think on paper the idea is that the Long Beach composition it stays mobile enough to where there's not a lot of value out of the Shatter, but you got to touch the bot at some point, right? So that's where we've seen Faraday find value with that Earth Shatter, despite it being a very highly mobile composition that they're going up against. And even paired with Kurama and Keygator, they're able to get the follow-up. We saw a pretty good one on Hybrid as well. When we were on Midtown, there was a big Shatter there, and we saw the follow-up. And somehow Faraday's still finding the value with what is an up-close and personal and relatively slow-moving composition.
Yep, and I mean, Shan coming out on the Lucio really showed that they're willing to invest into keeping their tank alive. Amp speed into the engagements, amp it out. You can, save them from the brink of danger with an orb, with the amped healing as well. So, I mean, there are lots of avenues here to keep Faraday up, and they've really leaned into that. And I think that, keeping the speed aspect gives them that little extra mobility. Also, the 1 second reduction on the charge really is allowing the mobility of Reinhardt to really flourish now. You can reposition a lot faster in these fights, in these engagements. If it gets a little bit too hairy, you can, 180 and charge out and get back to the safety of your healer. So, I think Faraday really understanding how to play the Reinhardt in these compositions against any composition. I mean, they had a struggle. They had a very close series against Utah State on Monday. And Faraday was winning a lot of the Rhine battles. So, I think a fight here or there, we would have been talking map 5. And it was 4 meters from them coming back on Esperanza against Utah State. 4 meters. And they chunked down Faraday's shield, and they landed a Shatter, and it was over. But, I mean, it was so close. And, well, there's only one change here for CSU, and that's going to be Dej on to the Cassidy. We're going to be looking to hold people off here. Once again, Brighthammer in here on the Lucio. So we'll see how this is going to go for these two teams.
And Lobo's sticking with the Fire and Ice DPS line. With the Torbjorn and the May. Such an interesting DPS line. This is shades of Clockwork Vendetta. They popularized a composition that was Torbjorn May based. And Brighthammer coming back into the game, and boom, there you go. 2 kills on the board for the Lucio. Good. Welcome back, Brighthammer. Welcome back.
Love to see it. I mean, that wall, that's what the May wall is for. It's to stop the retreat. and allow them to go in. So yeah, you get bashed by internal, but you also, you know what? When you get up, there's a wall there retreating, stopping your retreat, and that's an easy couple of swings for Faraday. I mean, look at these ult charges already, 35 and 40% respectively for U and M. Squid is going to have to get a lot of work done. They're going to have to somehow get behind the shielding and deal with it. I mean, Stalloon, hello? Where was Keygator at?
That's what I was wondering. Where? I guess Stalloon just went back and spawn camped him. Stalloon and Squid went back and spawn camped Keygator. Now they're coming back and hoping to take a 5v4 here. It should be go time for the other three to drop off the high ground, or at least back up to where they've got a line of sight down here on the Faraday. Faraday about half left on that shield. Once that drops, Faraday could be in a lot of trouble. 345 on the shield. No longer discorded though, so feeling a little bit safer. But look at Faraday's like just out here alone, just moving Tim Smith Sr. along, just escorting that bot. Well, they gotta get the check well. Okay, here comes the contest. Finally! Better late than never. Long Beach are able to drop in, finish off the Reinhardt, and see if they can turtle Tim Smith around. Move it in close. It's a boop it into a pulse bomb. Not doing a whole lot, but it is enough to force Lobos into an uncomfortable position. Uncomfortable enough they feel like they have to invest ultimates. Everybody's out of there. Nobody from Long Beach gets caught into that blizzard, and the ice block gets forced out. So Lobos running out of resources here and really nothing to show for it.
I mean, Coalescence can keep you up in this next fight and really stop the progress going forward. I think they've kind of singed on to this Keygator Torbjorn now, and you know, maybe it might be a little bit of a time to change out here.
Solutions in the finish off right hammer. Keygator comes back to try to support their Reinhardt. Shan using the Coalescence to do the same. The Lobos have pushed all the way down to the end of the archway here. Long Beach just backing up. Squid's still in here pestering the backline a little bit though, trying to play this off angle. Could be in trouble. Okay, had enough blinks to get out.
Yeah, but it's resource heavy and resource pendant for them to get out. I mean, now an aerial Molten Core comes through.
Yep, trying to pressure down and Bandit, Internal, and Dej, who are all sitting on that high ground. Stalloon! Oh, that slow might have been enough. How is Stalloon still alive? No way Stalloon survives that. Now they're getting some of that temporary shielding back. Karaba falls to the damage orbs coming out from a Bandit. Faraday's still hiding here under their little cubby hole, but they don't have their May anymore. Found Shan. That's at least one side of relief, and there's a Soundbearer. That's another. Faraday feeling confident now, moving forward to try to chase Stalloon out of there. Deadeye up from Dej. Puts Brighthammer into the dirt. Follows up on a kill onto Shan as well. Dej able to finish off both supports and the Reinhardt. And finally, get Long Beach a footing here on push.
I mean, yeah, and it's just a reset time right now. They'll probably get to about 30 meters before the recontest comes through. Shatter online. But you're going up against two support ultimates here for CSU. So, I mean, for right now, Stalloon, mines are going to be online. I think that you need to push forward. You need to contest Faraday before you can get to the point. They're looking for a sneaky set of mines, though.
Lucio, yeah, try to get the Lucio out. Brighthammer, got him! Absolutely just bamboozled there. Brighthammer had no chance to escape, and it puts Faraday in a bit of a difficult spot. It reduces the Reinhardt's options so much when you take the speed out of the equation, particularly when trying to pursue this goal. Oh no, the body block! The body block from Karaba! That was unreal!
Full value, my friend. I mean, they had to invest the Transcendence too, and I mean, everybody's going down now. This is the push that Lobos were looking for, and they're going to clean up massively on the back of those.
Oh my goodness, when was the last time you saw just a base May, not using ice block, not using anything, not using wall, manages to just stand there and body block a wrecking ball to prevent the retreat? That was spectacular. Here comes Stalloon back onto the point, already popping those adaptive shields, but has to roll out of there.
How long do you hold this Molten Core here? Well, you're not going to hold it all. You're going to go ahead and pop it. Yes. Take the high ground away.
It's raining fire. Oh, there's a blizzard tossed up there as well. Dej just caught the brunt of all of it. And Lobos have pushed all the way up towards the spawn.
I mean, they've actually gotten control of Tennessee Smythe here. Now it's all about cleanup. And I mean, Stalloon is going to be in serious trouble. There's a Squid back there, though.
Oh, Karama lands that nice shot. Squid was doing such a great job of sticking with Stalloon. That's exactly what you want to do with your Tracer in this situation. And Karama just puts an end to it all. As hard as Long Beach tried, Lobos seem to always have an answer for everything they have brought out, particularly from maps 2 on. And Tim Smith now closer spawns going over to Lobos. They're looking down the final stretch here to complete the series.
I mean, you got the rally. Oh my word! Well, they're coming out now.
Oh man, that was what you live for, Reinhardt players. That is the scene that you live to see. You can play all night long, play 10 games in a row, and never get that pin into a small room and everybody within your reach.
I mean, it's almost reminiscent of what I saw Monday night, the YOLO charge, and just had a blast with it. I mean, it's such a smart play there. It was a safe pit as well, you know, going into a very small room. Nice job by them.
Give me the Deadeye as well as the rally coming out here from Long Beach. So one of those pile driving it into the back onto the squishies. Discord orb onto Faraday, and they're very low. Yeah, the Discord orb was just a little too much. Faraday's life bar disappeared. The support's not able to do anything about it.
No, but this will be cleanup time here for CSU. They'll be able to get some progress going here. They still didn't make the 30-meter mark, and they've got they got a little over 100 meters to capture here. Less than 3 minutes. Transcendence at the back. So save it here for this upcoming Kurama Blizzard, and you might be able to get some valuable progress going.
The 5 orbs coming out of the back from Abandoned. Playing far back and safe. Lobos starting to drive on up. Stick wins! It's going to pick up 2 and get some equipment while it's at it. Right here, but Foles with that sound barrier in their pocket. As Squid just opened the eyes and raised the pulses of everybody along Beach.
On the back of the pile drive. That was a beautiful set of moves there and cooldowns coming out from CSU. And now they are going to get over this 30-meter mark. They still get to hold on to their Transcendence as well, so they're going to have some room to move on. And a nice volley there from Abandon takes down Shanso, healing at a premium.
This is the kind of coordination that we were talking about. This is what we've been needing to see. Abandoned, Staloon, and Squid are finally starting to sync up and really get in the rhythm. Is it too little, too late? There's so much distance for them to cover. That Blizzard comes out. Abandoned opts to not use the Transcendence. Feels like they don't need it. They're able to just kite away from it. Now Long Beach are moving back into the attack, using a Deadeye. It forces Lobos to just kind of hide up on the high ground. If they come outstairs, there's mines waiting for him there. Faraday falls. Kikator from the top. Kurama goes down as well. Long Beach, they could be doing this. They've got to get this checkpoint unlocked, though.
They got to get it unlocked. I mean, there's a Molten Core ready to go and a Shatter. I mean, there's a Coalescence going to come out first.
Oh, looking for that Shatter. Faraday had a juicy picture in their sight. There's the Shatter. It's blocked by the Transcendence. Internal did get taken down, but you're not able to work through the 300 heals per second coming out of the Transcendence. Meanwhile, back up top, Faraday and Kurama able to pick up a couple. Abandon answers back. Still an advantage here for the Lobos, but only in players, not oh, they'll have a spawn advantage too, actually, as well. And all the while, Long Beach have not gotten the closer spawn yet.
They have not. They were only like less than a meter from getting that 63.42 meters. That is the mark that you need to get to unlock that. So the hearts come out there from the Lobos. They're showing love, and well, I mean, there's sneaky DPS coming around the back. 30 seconds left on the clock, Jeff.
And Lobos don't have to push any further. They can just let the bot sit and win the fight wherever they want. But losing Brighthammer, that was not in their playbook. That pulse bomb lands onto Faraday. They're about 100 health. Trying to finish them off. It's a race between Shan and Squid. Squid finds the kill. Faraday goes down, but not without taking Abandon with them. And Long Beach are running out of options. They're running out of players. They're running out of hope here in Coliseo as the clock will wind down. We do have an overtime going, but it is a lone Staloon here rolling around in lava with the hopes of keeping Long Beach in this fight, but the pulse bomb puts an end to that. And Lobos will come out on top as they clean up what remains here of Long Beach, but they have the tools, they have the ults, they have the skills, they have the chops to get it done. And Lobos send Long Beach home. Long Beach able to get one, but nothing after Lijiang Tower, as it's all Lobos in maps 2, 3, 4.
Oh man, I mean, this was a tank, tale of two tanks. And, in the first map, it was Karama on tank, and just, wasn't able to get the work done. Well, Faraday comes in map 2, 3, and 4 and really takes the team on their back, and they take the sting out of their mouth from what happened on Monday night versus Utah State. They get their revenge here in this week, and they move themselves ahead. I believe they're now 4-2 on the season. Yes, they are 4-2 on the season now, maybe 4-3. I think that they've got a result out there that has not been reported yet. So either they're sitting 4-3, or they're sitting 3-3, or they're sitting 4-2. Either way, this is going to be.
No, they're 4-2 now.
They're 4-2 now.
They're 4-2
right
now.
Okay, 4-2 now.
So that alone will put them up into 5th place above CESU Black. That unreported match is against EAUCD Blue, who are currently 2-3 in the standings. So if Lobos did win this unreported match, then they would be 5-2 right now, which would have them in the running for basically tied for 3rd place. Depending on map differential, let's see, they moved up 2 maps here. So they have a +9. Yeah, no. If they pulled out a win against EAUCD, then they are firmly in 3rd place.
Well, let's go Lobos.
That's quite. I mean, they were in 6th coming into this week.
I mean, that's a huge jump.
That's a huge jump. Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, this has got to be some good balm for the soul there. And I mean, they really played as a unit tonight. And wow, I mean, this was impressive from them. Li Zhang notwithstanding, they were playing on off rolls there. This was a different team from map 2 on. And I mean, CSU, it was stubborn, to say the least.
I mean, the brawl looked good. I mean, I think that's just when Lobos are able to play their brawl comp, they look scary. And that's something you can take with you forward. And I can't wait to see Lobos play more. This was good. This was a lot of fun to watch. Faraday, a ton of fun to watch. I love good Reinhardt play. And Faraday was just aggressive and in your face, and it just made me smile. Absolute awesomeness. Couldn't have asked for a better day, Billy. Couldn't have asked for a better day.
No, and I mean, that is going to do it for us here. But thanks to everybody out there watching. Thanks to Cynthia and Lottie, our producer and observer here. Of course, all of